Chapter 3684. This news naturally spread to Yi Shiwen's ears. Yi Shiwen naturally understood that he had provoked public anger. Perhaps other people would show mercy and leave a way out for him. But Yi Shiwen didn't have such thoughts. Countless experiences and lessons had taught him what the consequences of doing so would be. Since they had chosen to kill him and seize the supreme ancestral symbol, they had to be prepared to pay the price. In this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Of course, the bigger reason was that Yi Shiwen had given them a feeling of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. They also coveted the supreme ancestral symbol. Therefore, Yi Shiwen's current actions naturally made them feel displeased. Moreover, from the battle that Yi Shiwen had displayed, an ordinary Ninth Realm expert was no match for Yi Shiwen. Even a peak Ninth Realm expert would be in danger. During this period of time, many functions of the supreme ancestral symbol had become known to everyone. With such a trump card that could enhance one's combat power, even an ordinary peak Ninth Realm expert might not be a match for it. Moreover, the Heavenly Masters were not fools. Following the clues, they quickly found out that the people who spread the rumors were Crimson Serpent Demon and the other two peak Heavenly Masters. The strength of the three of them could be said to stand at the peak of all the Heavenly Masters in the universe. Even a peak Heavenly Master would not have an easy time against the three of them if they joined forces. They might even die. However, Yi Shiwen had forced the three of them to spread rumors to kill him with a borrowed knife. It was not difficult to imagine the meaning behind this. Yi Shiwen must be a powerful existence that even the three of them would find it difficult to take down. This was why the peak Heavenly Masters came up with the idea of joining forces. As for the source of the rumors, the Crimson Serpent Demon and the other two peak Heavenly Masters were naturally another target of resentment. However, the Crimson Serpent Demon and the other two peak Heavenly Masters were undoubtedly peak Heavenly Masters. It seemed that they were much more difficult to deal with than Yi Shiwen, who was suspected to have the combat power of a peak Heavenly Master. Even if the new students were dissatisfied, they did not dare to attack the three peak Heavenly Masters. Otherwise, they might be killed by the three peak Heavenly Masters. But no matter what, the alliance against Yi Shiwen had still been established. As soon as it was established, it shook the entire Eratomb. Although it was only an alliance formed by a few peak Heavenly Venerables who coveted the supreme ancestral symbol, it was still an eye-catching force in the current situation of the Eratomb. In the face of such a dangerous situation, Yi Shiwen didn't seem to be afraid at all. Not only did he not intend to dodge, but on the contrary, he directly spoke. 3 days later, at the center of several dead epochs, the Empyreans of the world were waiting to kill them. The center of the intersection of several eras was actually the most dangerous place. Yi Shiwen had escaped into the boundless crack last time, and this time Yi Shiwen was going to meet the Celestial Masters here. Once this news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Countless experts rushed to the core of the epic tomb, the Endless Cracks. At the edge of the core, on a desolate divine mountain, a figure appeared on the peak. This desolate divine mountain had been desolate for many years. With the death of the era, this divine mountain had been drained of its last vitality. It was a miracle that it did not collapse on the spot. Who else could the person who appeared on the divine mountain be but Yi Shiwen? Yi Shiwen held a pot of immortal wine in his hand and took a sip. He immediately felt comfortable, as if all the pores on his body had opened up. Ha ha ha, it's really been a long time. It's worthy of being a fine wine from the Fortune Divine Court. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily and looked at the surrounding universe. In the depths of the changing space, there were incomparably powerful figures. They were the Celestial Venerables. It seemed like the main characters hadn't arrived yet, but the onlookers had already arrived. However, they seemed to know how dangerous Yi Shiwen was. So, they didn't dare to approach Yi Shiwen at all. They only dared to look at him from thousands of miles away. Such a distance could give them a sense of security. However, They also knew that this distance was no different from being right in front of them. Yi Shiwen could reach them in a single charge. Suddenly, an immortal figure appeared in the void in the distance. She stepped on a rainbow bridge and arrived in front of the divine mountain. With just one step, she arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. This woman was dressed in white and had black hair. Her facial features were exquisite and flawless. She did not look like a creature of the mortal world. She should be a fairy from the heavens. Who else could it be but Senior Heaven Talisman Immortal? Taoist friend, it's not wise to appear at this time. Yi Shiwen glanced at Senior Heaven Talisman Immortal. This divine mountain had become the focus of countless people. Senior Heaven Talisman Immortal was a wanted target of the Devil Dao era. His appearance here would obviously attract the attention of the Devil Dao era. This time, the experts from the Devil Dao era were not just Scarlet Serpent Demon alone. The danger of doing this was obvious. The supreme ancestral symbol is the supreme treasure of our talisman Dao era. Aren't they looking down on our talisman Dao era by fighting over it like this? Although our talisman Dao era has been destroyed, it is not to the point of being bullied to this extent and not fighting back. Senior Heaven Talisman Immortal explained. She seemed to be speaking to Yi Shiwen, but also to the heavenly venerables watching in the void. Although the talisman Dao era had been destroyed, as long as Senior Heaven Talisman Immortal still existed, the deterrent force of the talisman Dao era would still exist. Senior Heaven Talisman Immortal's white palm grabbed the void, and an exquisite white porcelain wine cup appeared. She handed it to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen smiled and poured the wine from the wine pot into the wine cup. Senior Heaven Talisman Immortal took the wine cup and placed it in front of her nose. She sniffed and smelled a refreshing fragrance. She could not help but exclaim, "Good wine indeed!" After saying that, Senior Heaven Talisman Immortal drank the wine in one gulp. "Rather than me, you are the one who is unwise. You clearly know that they plan to kill you and seize the supreme ancestral symbol, but you still dare to stay here. Aren't you afraid of death?" Senior Heaven Talisman Immortal said. Previously, for peak heavenly venerables joined forces to force one to flee and the other to suffer heavy injuries. Moreover, the experts that came this time were definitely not just 4 peak heavenly venerables. With such a lineup, it was quite unwise for Yi Shiwen to come out so casually like this. Kill me? That depends on whether they have the ability to do so. Moreover, they want to kill me. In fact, I also want to kill. A man should kill. His immortal achievements are all in killing. Yi Shiwen drank a mouthful of immortal wine and said confidently, "They treat me as prey. How do they know that I also treat them as prey?" Yi Shiwen's words spread throughout the universe. The heavenly venerables, hiding thousands of miles away, naturally heard Yi Shiwen's words and couldn't help but snort coldly. Arrogant. Such arrogance, you are really courting death. Amongst the spectating heavenly sovereigns, many of them were still hoping that they would be lucky enough to obtain the supreme ancestral symbol. It would naturally be great if they could obtain the supreme ancestral symbol. Now that they heard Yi Shiwen's words, they were naturally very unhappy. Ha ha ha, revered martial artist, you are not kind. You actually stole such good wine from the Fortune Divine Court. Along with a hearty laughter, a figure wearing an imperial robe appeared in the void. From the moment he appeared, the space around him froze. It was as if the power of a divine artifact had bound the space around him. That boundless pressure was so great that even the heavens and earth would have to submit before him. So, it's a middle heavenly venerable. Yi Shiwen took a look and immediately knew who the person was. He grabbed the void and grabbed a wine cup and then filled up. It was actually a middle heavenly venerable. Originally, Yi Shiwen thought that the middle heavenly venerable wouldn't be able to come because the situation in the Fortune Divine Dynasty was considered stable now. However, it wasn't that there was no crisis. Just suppressing the Chaos Overlord was enough of a headache. However, in the end, The Middle Heavenly Venerate still felt that the matter of Saint Monarch Absolute Heaven's inheritance was more important. Even if the Chaos Overlord escaped, it would at most turn the Fortune God dynasty upside down. That was all. It wouldn't really hurt the Fortune God dynasty or cause the destruction of the Fortune God dynasty. However, if the old monsters and antiques of the various ancient eras were to succeed, then the entire martial Tao era might be destroyed. It was obvious which was more important. I didn't expect to be able to drink such good wine here. The Middle Heavenly Venerable took the wine cup that Yi Shiwen handed over and drained it in one gulp. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. I heard that some clowns are trying to make things difficult for fellow Taoists. I think they must be tired of living, daring to go against my Fortune Divine Dynasty. Going against fellow Taoist is the same as going against my Fortune Divine Dynasty. I want to see who has the guts to do so. The Middle Heavenly Venerable's cold gaze swept across the void. On the surface, the figures of the Supremes and Heavenly Venerables were hidden in the void. Some of these people were onlookers, some were planning to take advantage of the situation, and some were planning to personally participate in the battle. However, when they saw the Middle Heavenly Venerable's gaze, they couldn't help but subconsciously avert their eyes. This kind of pressure was too heavy. Obviously, compared to Yi Shiwen, the Middle Heavenly Venerable was undoubtedly more terrifying. The Middle Heavenly Venerable had been famous for many years. He had traveled the entire era's battlefield and fought with many Heavenly Venerables of the ancient eras. In terms of strength, everyone was very clear that he was very terrifying. Now, the Middle Heavenly Venerable was obviously supporting Martial Venerable Yi Shiwen. This was another matter altogether. Chapter 3685. The peak Heavenly Venerables of the various ancient epochs had joined hands to kill Yi Shiwen with great fanfare. Yi Shiwen's supreme ancestral symbol was only one of the reasons. In fact, Yi Shiwen had killed too many people before, causing public indignation. Perhaps they also wanted to kill Yi Shiwen, the rising star of the martial epoch. Yi Shiwen had only reached the Tao for a few years, but he was already so powerful. Now might be the last chance to kill him. Experts like Middle Heavenly Venerables were even more powerful than ordinary peak Heavenly Venerables. Naturally, they could not do anything to them. However, Yi Shiwen was different. Although he had displayed the combat prowess of a peak Heavenly Venerables, in reality, he had borrowed the power of the supreme ancestral symbol. He had not grown to the true peak, which gave them room to maneuver. With Yi Shiwen's current strength, he had already forced the Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerables and the other great Heavenly Venerables to such an extent. If he grew up, it would be terrible. Therefore, many people gave birth to the idea of eradicating Yi Shiwen. The martial epochs were not ignorant of the thoughts of the peak Heavenly Venerables of the ancient epochs. This was why the Middle Heavenly Venerables came to support Yi Shiwen. When Yi Shiwen grew up, he would be a peerless expert. This was simply bad news for the many ancient epochs. However, for the martial epochs it was great news. In the clash of the ancient epochs, ordinary experts could not be of much use. They could only win by numbers. However, Heavenly Venerables already had the ability to change the situation. Peak Heavenly Venerables were a huge deterrent. Suddenly, someone in the void said, "Middle Heavenly Venerables, I think you are too overbearing. He killed so many of our people. Are we just going to let it go like this? There has always been a balance between us and the martial epochs. He is too much." The Middle Heavenly Venerables immediately looked over. However, that person was hidden in the crowd. He could not find him at all. Clearly, that person had taken precautions before speaking. Balance? Balance my ass. Middle Sky, Sovereign sneered. Why did those old fellows from the ancient era come here? Wasn't it because they wanted to find the inheritance of sage, absolute, heaven to kill their heavenly Tao? At this point, what was there to talk about balance? If I didn't have any greed, I wouldn't have died. But if I had greed and couldn't recognize my own strength, then I would have died. So what if I died? The Middle Empyrean didn't give him any face at all. Today, our Fortune Divine dynasty has secured Wuzun. If you clowns still dare to jump out, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Middle Celestial Sovereign said. The Middle Heavenly Venerates words represented the Fortune God dynasty's attitude. Although the Fortune God dynasty couldn't represent the entire martial epoch, it was close. After all, the Fortune God dynasty was the ruler of the martial epoch. Many people had to think twice before acting, whether they could withstand the Fortune God dynasty's vengeance. The Fortune Divine dynasty's strength far surpassed many ancient eras. Middle Heavenly Venerate, you are too overbearing. Aren't you afraid that we will join forces to deal with your Fortune God dynasty? It was this voice again. However, before his voice faded away, Yi Shiwen, who was originally sitting on the mountain peak and drinking wine, suddenly made a move. In the void, a giant sword that was thousands of miles long suddenly emerged. That magnificent scene was extremely terrifying. Boom! The giant sword suddenly fell and smashed into the void. In the void, a figure was swept by the giant sword and fell out of the void. It was a middle-aged man. He looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. He was actually discovered from thousands of miles away. That's right. He was the one who provoked them earlier. He thought that he had hidden himself very well. Even the Middle Heavenly Venerate couldn't find him. But now, Yi Shiwen found him and forced him out of the void with a sword. Before he could react, he saw that the Middle Heavenly Venerate had rushed in front of him in an instant. His big hand suddenly grabbed the middle-aged man's neck and instantly caught him. Although he was also a Heavenly Venerate, he was just an ordinary Heavenly Venerate. Compared to a top master like the Middle Heavenly Venerate, the difference was too big. He was caught in the Middle Heavenly Venerate's hand in an instant. A clown like you actually dared to jump out. You really don't want to live. The Middle Heavenly Venerate grabbed the middle-aged Heavenly Venerate and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It was like a bloody rain that fell into this lonely era. Many people couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw the scene. Whether it was Yi Shiwen forcing a Heavenly Venerate out with a sword or the Middle Heavenly Venerate grabbing a Heavenly Venerate to death, it made them truly aware of the gap between them. These two were already outstanding Heavenly Venerates. They weren't their opponents at all. It wouldn't be so easy to take advantage of them. At this time, Yi Shiwen stood up with his hands clasped behind his back. The astral wind blew on his body, causing his clothes to flutter. His gaze was deep and sharp, like a steel knife, as it ruthlessly swept over the Heavenly Venerable's body. I am here now. If you want to kill me, feel free to come. Don't be sneaky, like a clown. I am here, waiting for the heroes of the world to come and kill me. Yi Shiwen's declaration was like the supreme law of the world. It shocked all the Heavenly Venerates who were watching. How domineering was this? Similarly, how confident was this? There were so many heroes in the world, but he wasn't afraid. He had the courage to compete with the heroes of the world. Just when everyone was shocked by the two of them, a figure slowly emerged. Yi Shiwen's pupils suddenly shrank. This figure was too familiar. Demon Venerate Luoho. Yes, it was the supreme ruler of the current demon era. Demon Venerate Luoho. Originally, Yi Shiwen didn't know many things about the demon era. However, after several confrontations, he went back and found a lot of information. He also understood that the current demon era wasn't very united. But among these demon venerates, Demon Venerate Luoho was the leader. His status was almost the same as the Middle Heavenly Venerates in the Fortune God dynasty. Previously, Yi Shiwen had killed Demon Venerate Luoho's incarnation. However, the difference between Demon Venerate Luoho's incarnation and his true body was too great. Demon Venerate Luoho's incarnation was only equivalent to the strength of the seventh realm. However, his true body was a different matter. It definitely had the strength of an ordinary peak Heavenly Venerate. Just a gaze from him caused the void to fluctuate violently, as if it was being crushed by a terrifying power. There was only one word to describe it: powerful. It was not inferior to the tyrannical strength of a middle heavenly venerate. Demon Venerate Luoho took a deep look at Yi Shiwen. There was a profound look in his eyes. In his original impression, Yi Shiwen was just a guy who was lucky enough to obtain the supreme ancestral symbol. Although he had killed his incarnation, it was only an incarnation. In front of his true body, Yi Shiwen was still vulnerable. However, when they met again, Yi Shiwen had displayed a powerful strength that was completely different from what he had previously known. Even with Demon Venerate Scarlet Serpent's powerful strength, he was not a match for Yi Shiwen at all. He had no choice but to kill others with a borrowed knife. He had pulled many people onto the same boat to deal with Yi Shiwen. Unknowingly, Yi Shiwen had obtained such unimaginable strength almost in the blink of an eye. Even with his vast experience, he couldn't help but express his amazement. However, his gaze only stayed on Yi Shiwen for a short while. Then he looked at the Middle Heavenly Venerate and said, "Middle Heavenly Venerate, why do you have to make things difficult for these people? Is it necessary?" Demon Venerate Luoho said faintly. Although it seemed like he was speaking for these people, his tone was completely dismissive. There was even a hint of contempt in it. It was as if making things difficult for these people was simply degrading his status. The gains did not make up for the losses. Many heavenly venerates felt sullen. However, they still didn't dare to speak. The two people in front of them, whether it was Demon Venerate Luoho or the Middle Heavenly Venerate, both had the strength to kill them at will. Beside Yi Shiwen, Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerate looked at Demon Venerate Luoho with his teeth clenched. He was the main culprit who had caused the destruction of their Talisman Dao era. Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerate could only be regarded as an accomplice. The real mastermind was none other than Demon Venerate Luoho. By relying on the destruction of their Talisman Dao era, Demon Venerate Luoho's skills and cultivation had become even more unimaginable. "I didn't expect you to come too. No, I should say that I didn't expect you to come personally. Aren't you looking for the grave of Sage Absolute Heaven? Why, haven't you found it yet?" Middle Heavenly Venerate looked at Demon Venerate Luoho and said, "How can I not come? After all, even you are here. This matter is no longer something you can protect." Demon Venerate Luoho said, "Your Eastern Heavenly Venerate is a little too arrogant. He can't escape from this calamity." "Calamity? Let's see who dares to come forward." Middle Heavenly Venerate smiled disdainfully and said, "At my level, do I still believe in such things?" "I believe. Why wouldn't I believe? It's because his calamity is caused by me." Demon Venerate Luoho stood with his hands behind his back and said with incomparable confidence, "I haven't fought with you for a long time. Now is the right time to see how much progress you have made. You, who have become a Middle Heavenly Venerate, should be qualified to be my opponent." Everyone understood why Demon Venerate Luoho would come here personally. It wasn't to kill Yi Shiwen, but to lure the Middle Heavenly Venerate away. With the Middle Heavenly Venerate overseeing this place, many people would probably be frightened. This was an expert whose name had shaken the world for countless years. He also represented the attitude of the Fortune God dynasty. Many people would have to think carefully before making a move. Middle Heavenly Venerate looked at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen just waved his hand and said with a smile, "Go and teach him a lesson. As for my side, don't worry. It's just a group of clowns." "Good, ha ha ha, Marshal Venerate is right. See if I don't give you a good beating." Middle Heavenly Venerate said and disappeared into the sky. Demon Venerate Luoho also just looked at Yi Shiwen deeply and disappeared into the sky along with Middle Heavenly Venerate. Chapter 3686. Everyone could see that Demon Venerable Luohu's arrival was to force the Middle Heavenly Master, who was a troublemaker, to leave. It was not easy to deal with Yi Shiwen alone. If a Middle Heavenly Master and Heaven Talisman Immortal were added into the mix, the combination would be very dangerous. Among them, the most dangerous was naturally the Middle Heavenly Master, who was more terrifying than ordinary peak Heavenly Masters. Although the remaining Heaven Talisman Immortal was also very powerful, in Demon Venerable Luohu's opinion, he could no longer affect the overall situation. This huge scheme was finally organized to kill Yi Shiwen. Perhaps even Demon Venerable Luohu himself did not expect that it would go so smoothly. With Yi Shiwen's strength, if he made up his mind to run away, perhaps no one would be able to find him. However, Yi Shiwen did not run away. Instead, he faced the difficulties and fought against those peak heavenly masters. Some people also guessed that Yi Shiwen must have some trump cards or even some means to counterattack. However, in the eyes of many people, that was not important. This time, it was not just one or two peak heavenly masters who were going to kill Yi Shiwen. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were meaningless. Haha, it's really well planned and flawless. Even Demon Venerable Luohu appeared. Yi Shiwen chuckled and said, obviously, these people had prepared a huge lineup to kill him. After Demon Venerable Luohu left, Heaven Talisman Immortal's anger finally calmed down a little. In that battle, their Talisman Dao Era suffered a crushing defeat. The Demon Dao Era's army was led by Demon Venerable Luohu, and she was the commander of the Talisman Dao Era. In that battle, they were utterly defeated and were not a match at all. Although the Talisman Dao Era's strength was originally inferior to the Demon Dao Era, it could not conceal the fact that she was defeated. In the battle between the Talisman Dao Era and the Demon Dao Era, they were utterly defeated, and she and Demon Venerable Luohu also suffered a crushing defeat. She possessed the supreme ancestral symbol, while Demon Exalt Luohu wielded the heaven-splitting demonic axe. That battle could be said to be hair-raising. It was the most dangerous battle she had ever faced in her life. She was completely suppressed from the start to the end. She was suppressed by Demon Venerable Luohu and could only watch as the Talisman Dao Era was destroyed. There was nothing she could do. After that battle, she burst out the origin of the Great Path and escaped. However, the shadow of that battle never disappeared from her heart. Yi Shiwen looked at Heaven Talisman Immortal and said, I'll let you kill him in the future. He could see that Luohu Demon Venerable had become a mental barrier in Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable's heart. If she could not kill Luohu Demon Venerable, this mental barrier would become a shadow in her heart for the rest of her life. However, there were naturally benefits when there were disadvantages. If she could get rid of the inner demon, then her cultivation would also improve by leaps and bounds. When all the celestial venerables heard Yi Shiwen's words, they immediately felt a sense of confusion. Who did Yi Shiwen think Demon Venerable Luohu was? He killed him just like that. Yes. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable nodded. If it was in the past, she would definitely not believe it. Demon Venerable Luohu was also a peak expert in many ancient eras. There were not many who could match up to him. Not to mention killing him, that was almost impossible. However, Yi Shiwen's rapid growth gave her great confidence. It might not be possible for Yi Shiwen now, but it was possible in the future. This was also the fundamental reason why she had chosen to come and support Yi Shiwen. She and Yi Shiwen had only cooperated a few times in total. Their relationship wasn't that of sharing life and death. However, she absolutely couldn't ignore the fact that Yi Shiwen might be able to help her take revenge. This was her only hope. It was impossible for her to watch Yi Shiwen get killed and remain indifferent. Hatred had already permeated every inch of her heart. Although she knew that this was not good, she had no other choice. Some mental barriers were not in her control. This was the only way for her to get rid of this mental barrier. Ha ha ha, what a big tone. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable, do you really believe that he has the ability to help you take revenge? A loud and arrogant voice came from the void. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable, You are also a top powerhouse who has shocked several eras. Now that you have fallen to such a state and end up like this, I am really disappointed. Or is it that, as a woman, you only have this much tolerance? The voice of the person who came was absolutely majestic and confident. Heaven Talisman, immortal, venerable, pursed her lips and did not say a word. She just stared at the void and said, "He's here!" Yi Shiwen's expression also became solemn. The battle was really about to begin. After luring the middle heavenly venerable away, they would definitely attack first. After all, no one knew how long Demon Venerable Lahu could hold off the middle heavenly venerable. Both of them were top experts, but it did not mean that Demon Venerable Lahu could hold off the middle heavenly venerable. That in itself was unreasonable. The world was rumbling. Countless laws began to boil. With the appearance of this person, the world was instantly boiling. You dare to come alone. Didn't Demon Venerable Scarlet Serpent and the others tell you that I have slaughtered a peak heavenly venerable? Yi Shiwen's expression was cold. However, his words made all the heavenly venerables feel extremely terrified. It was too terrifying. A peak heavenly venerable. Some weak ancient eras might not even have multiple peak heavenly venerables. However, he was slaughtered by Yi Shiwen. Such combat power was indeed tyrannical and terrifying. No wonder he dared to fight the heroes of the world here. He indeed had his own strength and pride. What? He slaughtered a peak heavenly venerable? It's too terrifying. Is this the true combat power of a martial venerable? No wonder he has such confidence. Indeed, we know about it. However, we also know that you used the supreme ancestral symbol. Do you think you can escape with your life this time? The figure did not take Yi Shiwen's words seriously. He just became colder and colder. Last time, the four of us sealed your path of no return. This time you are dead. Yi Shiwen's performance was undoubtedly amazing. However, it was also obvious that the strength he could display was greatly limited when facing multiple peak heavenly venerables. It was not as domineering as when he was alone. Heaven Talisman Immortal, if you leave now, we can let you go. Don't get involved. That figure looked at Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable and said. His appearance was indistinct, but there was a great deterrence from him. What if I insist on getting involved? Heaven Talisman Immortal said indifferently. Then you will be dead. The figure looked at Heaven Talisman Immortal coldly. Today, we originally wanted to do something big. Killing one more peak heavenly venerable is nothing. The figure said domineeringly. I want to see if you have the ability to do so. Heaven Talisman Immortal was unmoved. She had already steeled her heart to protect Yi Shiwen. You don't have to get involved. Just support me. They are just a bunch of clowns. I can kill them. None of them can leave today. Yi Shiwen's cold gaze penetrated the layers of the void and saw the domineering figure. It was a middle-aged strong man with a face full of curly beard. He wore iron clothes and held a spear in his hand. It seemed like he could suppress everything in the world. Everything in the epic had to obey his arrangements. Powerful, terrifying, even more terrifying than the Shadow Evil Venerable that Yi Shiwen killed. Although the Shadow Evil Venerable was also powerful, his fighting style was restrained by Yi Shiwen. Therefore, it was not difficult to deal with him. The middle-aged strong man with a face full of curly beard was clearly a supreme physique cultivator. Yi Shiwen could see that the middle-aged strong man's qi and blood were surging. It was a completely different path of physique cultivation from the martial epoch. It was a very strange but terrifying cultivation method. Clown? Ha ha ha. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. The middle-aged strong man laughed heartily. His laughter was extremely cold. Friend, be careful. Heaven Talisman Immortal looked at Yi Shiwen. In the end, she did not plan to attack together with him, because she knew that this person was just a vanguard. Even if she wanted to attack, it should not be now. This person is the physique Cultivator Era Supreme Physique. He is best at fighting with his body. This is a person who has become a sage with his body. Heaven Talisman Immortal reminded. She had already recognized the identity of the person who came. Obviously, she knew the strength of this physique cultivator. Physique Cultivator Era? The epoch where all physique cultivators started? Interesting, Yi Shiwen said. He knew that this was the physique cultivator era. It was the ancestor of all physique cultivators, including many methods of physique cultivation in the martial epoch. Even the gilded tyrant form that he cultivated could be said to be from the physique cultivator era. There was only one cultivation method in this epoch, and that was the physique cultivator. A powerful physique cultivator could destroy the universe with a punch and crush the universe with a kick. They were incomparably powerful. Although they did not have any magical powers, their chi and blood were unparalleled. It was difficult for any magical powers to affect them. To deal with them, one could only suppress them with their body. Among the many epochs, they might not be the most powerful, but they were the most troublesome epoch. This was different from the previous water era's black tortoise. Although that black tortoise's body cultivation was also very powerful, it was because it was gifted. As long as it continued to cultivate, its body would automatically become stronger and more perfect. It could not be regarded as a real physique cultivator. And the beginning of the real physique cultivator was this physique cultivator era. And this physique cultivator was obviously an outstanding figure in the physique cultivator era. His chi and blood could oppress the world. It was just a simple method, and all magical powers were not comparable to it. Chapter 3687. Heaven Talisman Immortal, you still recognize me. Then surrender. You have no chance of winning against me. Physique Immortal said indifferently, Why? Aren't you waiting for them to come? Or are you planning to take the supreme ancestral symbol for yourself? Yi Shiwen looked at him and said with a faint smile. He seemed to have guessed Physique Immortal's plan. Take it for myself? Tizun grinned and said, Of course, it can't be considered as taking everything for themselves. This is also an agreement between us. Whoever kills, you will be able to obtain the supreme ancestral symbol. Since they want me to stand out, I naturally have to pay the price. Physique Immortal was not stupid. He knew a lot of things. It was just that they had a tacit understanding. I can see that your physique cultivation is very strong. You don't have to be afraid of others. Unfortunately, you met me. In terms of physique cultivation, no one can surpass our era. Physique Immortal had absolute confidence. In this aspect, he had indeed reached an unimaginable realm. He was ahead of everyone else. Since one has come first, then let's kill him first. Let's see when the others will attack. Yi Shiwen said. He immediately said to Heaven Talisman Immortal, Friend, please wait for a moment. I don't need your help with this kind of lineup. Please help me. All right, I will help you. Heaven Talisman Immortal nodded. Are you looking down on me with this kind of lineup? Physique Immortal sneered. His long hair was like a black waterfall behind his back. His whole person was like a peerless demon god with unimaginable power. Let me see how much capital you have to be arrogant. Physique Immortal sneered disdainfully. He really attacked. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist. It turned into a terrifying rainbow and went straight towards Yi Shiwen's head. This was just a simple punch. It didn't even contain any martial arts. However, the terrifying murderous intention and the surging tide of laws had crossed the vast sky. It was as if this punch could overturn the entire era. Yi Shiwen's expression became a bit dignified. This was indeed the most terrifying physique master he had ever encountered. He had never seen such a terrifying physique master before. The terrifying fist had yet to arrive, but the fist pressure had already made Yi Shiwen's skin ripple. If it wasn't for the protection of the 7th metal ancestor energy, his skin would have cracked. This was a terrifying body cultivator who had already reached the peak of the 9th realm. Supreme Physique is indeed peerless. I'm afraid he's the strongest in this realm. Many heavenly venerates turned deathly pale when they saw this punch. This punch of a body venerate had left a deep impression on them. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't an ordinary person. His legs were like the roots of an old tree, firmly fixed in the void. That boundless fist pressure rolled over, but couldn't make him move even a little bit. Roar! Yi Shiwen let out a long roar. He also clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. It was as if he could crush the void into powder. Then he also fiercely bombarded with a punch. Bang! In the void, the 2 fists collided fiercely. The frightening fist force devoured and repelled each other. In an instant, it turned into a frightening wave that swept in all directions. Everything within a million li was reduced to ashes. Only that barren mountain survived under the protection of Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable stood at the top of the mountain. The astral wind blew on her clothes and made a loud sound. It was as if the entire world was shaking violently. Around the entire mountain, the laws of Talisman Taoism emerged one after another, protecting the entire mountain within it. This frightening attack. When the waves dissipated, everyone saw that Supreme Physique didn't move an inch. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen retreated 3 steps before stopping the momentum of retreating. In this attack, Yi Shiwen fell into a disadvantageous position and was repelled. Good, Supreme Physique. In this realm, you are indeed qualified to be arrogant, Yi Shiwen said loudly. Although he was repelled, he didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged. Instead, he laughed loudly. He only felt incomparably happy. This attack made the blood in his body surge wildly. Opposite him, although Supreme Physique had the upper hand, his expression revealed a dignified expression for the first time. Golden body of merit. You actually cultivated the golden body of merit. Supreme Physique finally couldn't keep his expression, revealing a bit of surprise. In the previous exchange, although he had the upper hand, Yi Shiwen was not injured at all. He was only repelled. The reason why he was repelled was only because Yi Shiwen's cultivation was inferior to him. However, in terms of physical strength and cultivation, Yi Shiwen was not inferior to him, so he couldn't hurt him. The physique cultivation era naturally had its unique aspects in terms of physical cultivation. Just like how the Goe water era was strong in the water attribute law, the physical cultivation methods of other eras were from the physique cultivation era. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to reach the peak. It was not strange for experts of the martial Tao era to be able to contend with him. However, that was only possible if they cultivated strong martial arts at the same time. Pure physical cultivation could not compete with him. However, there were always exceptions. Among them, the golden body of merit was the most common way to reach the peak of physical cultivation. Cultivating the golden light of merit into the golden body of merit, one could reach the peak of this realm and not be restricted by nature. However, only very few people could achieve this. There were only 3 to 5 people in an era. In addition, many people had fallen in the reincarnation cycle after the Great Shatter. At this time, it was rare to encounter 1 in 10,000 people. Therefore, he was shocked. That's right. I have cultivated the golden body of merit. Although the physique cultivation was created by your physique cultivation era, the physique cultivation era isn't necessarily the only physique cultivation era that has reached the peak. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. He had reached the peak of the physique cultivation era. You, who are not from my physique cultivation era, can actually reach this step. It is indeed extremely rare, said Supreme Physique. It's a pity that you will die here today. Supreme Physique's face revealed a somewhat regretful expression. There were too few people who could reach this step on the path of physical cultivation. Therefore, he was too lonely. Especially after the destruction of the physique cultivation era, There were even fewer people who could stand side by side with him. Don't talk big. Defeat me first, and then talk. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He instantly moved. This time he took the initiative to attack. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist. Countless spiritual power was squeezed between his fingers and exploded. It scattered into a rainbow light that swept across the world. 6 paths of reincarnation. An incomparably huge 6 paths of reincarnation appeared behind Yi Shiwen. Every time the 6 paths of reincarnation rotated, the power of Yi Shiwen's fist would increase by a level. All of this took a long time to describe. However, it only took a short breath. Yi Shiwen's fist power had already increased to a shocking level. The 6 paths of reincarnation, fist, swept across the world. In the distance, there were many skeletons everywhere. These skeletons had experienced the destruction of the era. They hadn't been damaged by the great tribulation of the world. However, they had collapsed under Yi Shiwen's fist. They had completely turned into nothingness. Good fist technique. Supreme Physique laughed loudly. His whole body's vitality surged. Then he took a step forward. He didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward towards Yi Shiwen. He also bombarded his fist. Rumble. A terrible collision. The shock wave swept out. It was as if an aura of annihilation had swept out and destroyed everything. Yi Shiwen was blasted back a few steps. The gung metal ancestral qi on his body had dimmed a bit. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward and rushed forward again. Bang! 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 In just a single breath of time, the 2 sides had already exchanged tens of thousands of moves. The collision of 2 peak body cultivators left countless spectating Empyreans dumbfounded. They all held their breath. At this time, there was no beauty in the battle between the 2. The only thing that was present was brutality. There was nothing else mixed in. There was only a pure collision of hot blood. Yi Shiwen was beaten back again and again. However, his face was full of smiles. This kind of battle was too enjoyable. It could even be said that there was nothing more enjoyable than this. It was rare for him to have such a hearty battle now. The opponents in the past could no longer pose a slight threat to him. In the eyes of everyone, although Yi Shiwen was completely at a disadvantage and it was difficult for him to pose any fundamental threat to Supreme Physique, it was not because Yi Shiwen was too weak. It was because Supreme Physique was too strong. There was no difference in physical cultivation between the 2 sides. It was purely a difference in martial power. Once Yi Shiwen's martial power also improved, the outcome would be unpredictable. What made everyone even more shocked was that Yi Shiwen was only in the 8th realm. Yi Shiwen, who was in the early stage of the 8th realm, could happily fight with Supreme Physique at the peak of the 9th realm. This already proved the problem. At this time, when the battle between the 2 sides was white-hot, suddenly a strange laughter came. Then a terrifying rainbow came from afar. Countless scattered lights filled the entire era. Each scattered light turned into a galaxy. Countless hanging galaxies smashed down towards Yi Shiwen. This method was really too terrifying. Whether it was speed or power, it had reached the peak. Shameless. On the barren mountain, Heaven Talisman immortal, venerable, glared angrily. Around her, countless laws of talismans appeared and revolved around her intensely. They turned into a divine light that swept out in an attempt to intercept the intruders. But it was too late. These scattered lights turned into galaxy and smashed into Yi Shiwen's domain. The countless golden lights around Yi Shiwen's body instantly transformed into a golden enchantment and protected him inside it. Rumble! These hanging galaxies fiercely collided with these golden boundaries. The violent collision annihilated everything. The surrounding space had been completely destroyed. Chapter 3688. Yi Shiwen was submerged in the innumerable galaxies, but the entire world seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He was submerged in the boundless divine brilliance and exploded like a brilliant star. The celestial venerables opened their divine eyes one after another and saw how terrifying this attack was. It broke through many of Yi Shiwen's defenses and directly fell on Yi Shiwen's body. In the end, Yi Shiwen's virtuous qi managed to block this attack. Yi Shiwen's body slightly swayed, swaying at a strange frequency, and immediately turned the impact force into nothingness. Not only did Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable not expect this attack, but Yi Shiwen was also caught off guard. Even Physique Supremacy himself was dumbfounded. He did not expect someone to attack at this time. Moreover, the range of the attack just now even enveloped him. That person did not have the slightest scruple. Physique Supremacy's expression was incomparably ugly. He said coldly, "Azure Supremacy, how dare you?" The T-Zune directly revealed the origin of the other Celestial Venerables. This Celestial Venerables were shocked. This was another peak Celestial Venerables who had been famous for countless years. Many people felt extremely terrified when they heard her name. "Physique Supremacy, I see that you can't take him down. Let me help you." A woman's voice was heard. However, it was not as melodious as Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerables. On the contrary, it was quite hoarse. Immediately after, a figure appeared. It was a woman in a palace dress. Her face was ordinary, and she looked like an ordinary middle-aged woman. However, her body exuded a terrifying aura that made many people shudder. Just a simple strike was enough to stun both Yi Shiwen and Physique Zune. The strength of this Liuli Imperial Elder was by no means ordinary. "Who said that I can't take him down? Didn't we agree earlier that I would take action? Don't tell me you want to fight with me for the supreme ancestral symbol." Physique Supremacy looked coldly at Azure Supremacy, as if he could see through Azure Supremacy's intentions. The supreme ancestral symbol naturally belongs to those who are capable. Do you really have the confidence to take him down? Or do you think we're all fools? Do you think we'll let you continue to delay until the Middle Sky Master returns? Imperial Elder Glaze didn't give any face to Supreme Elder Body. Zune Ti was indeed terrifying. He could suppress heaven and earth with just his blood chi, but Glazed Zune Ti was no weaker. He cultivated another extreme method. Body Venerable looked a bit unwilling on the surface. However, he had no other choice. He couldn't say such deceptive words. There were so many celestial masters present on the scene. None of them were fools. So, they could see that he could easily defeat Yi Shiwen. However, he would be deceiving himself if he said that he could easily defeat Yi Shiwen. He hadn't expected that a guy who was merely in the 8th realm would be so difficult to deal with. It was no wonder that Qi Lian had made such a huge concession to form this alliance to deal with Yi Shiwen. "All right." T-Zune nodded and said, "They would kill Yi Shiwen first. As for the supreme ancestral symbol, it would depend on their own means." Yi Shiwen looked at the two of them coldly. The two of them were almost unscrupulously discussing killing him and dividing the supreme ancestral symbol. "Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, then let's see if you have the ability to do so." Yi Shiwen looked at the two of them coldly. He had already made a decision in his heart. What a good, revered martial artist. "I can't help but admire you. You haven't been cultivating for a long time, but you're already so tyrannical. You do have the capital to be arrogant," Imperial Elder Glaze said. She didn't use much strength. However, her voice seemed to be able to shatter the spirit. "Others? Not coming out? Or are you going to come out one by one?" Yi Shiwen said, "The two of us are enough to kill you." Imperial Elder Glaze didn't say much and said, "The two of you are enough to kill me? I think you're too arrogant." Yi Shiwen looked at Imperial Elder Glaze and said, although Imperial Elder Glaze was very powerful, it was impossible to say that the two of them could absolutely kill him. Whether it's enough or not, we'll know once we try. Imperial Elder Glaze took the lead. In her hand, a longbow had appeared out of nowhere. However, The strange thing was that this longbow didn't have a bowstring. It just appeared out of thin air in Imperial Elder Glaze's hand. "Take an arrow from me first." Imperial Elder Glaze suddenly grabbed at the void. A glazed bowstring appeared out of thin air. She pulled it to the extreme, like a full moon. Then, countless glazed energy appeared on the bowstring and turned into an arrow. The arrow was an extremely terrifying energy. It was majestic and boundless. It was millions of miles long. One arrow was enough to destroy a world and a galaxy. Ordinary Emperor lords wouldn't even dare to touch the edge of it. Touching it would cause them to evaporate. Even ordinary heavenly masters wouldn't dare to take it. Imperial Elder Glaze's terrifying strength was fully displayed at this moment. The arrow formed by the torrent of energy blasted towards Yishuin. This wasn't an arrow, but a torrent of energy. It was a torrent of energy that could destroy heaven and earth. The strength of Imperial Elder Glaze was indeed unimaginable. At this moment, Yishuin directly moved. He didn't retreat. Facing this terrifying energy arrow that was millions of miles long, he didn't retreat at all. He took a step forward, and a Gung-Jin-Long saber appeared in his hand. He slashed down with the saber. Boom! The Gung-Jin-Long saber slashed into the energy arrow. Countless divine rays shot out, and the world trembled violently. Two terrifying forces swept everything. In an instant, the terrifying attack shot by Liuli Yuzun was destroyed by Yishuin's saber. It couldn't pose any threat to him. Liuli Yuzun's saber had already exploded. This should be the Gung-Jin ancestral chi of the Gung-Jin era. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure on you. Imperial Elder Glaze's eyes widened. Yishuin could break his attack with one slash. Naturally, he wouldn't have used ordinary methods. Great, it's mine now. All talk and no action. Let's see if you can do it first. Yishuin sneered disdainfully. He took the initiative to break out a terrifying attack. Facing the tyrannical Imperial Elder Glaze, he didn't retreat at all. He directly rushed forward. Imperial Elder Glaze kept shooting with the glazed longbow in his hand. Arrows pierced through the sky, leaving a terrifying mark in this era that couldn't be erased. Boom! 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 Every time Imperial Elder Glaze launched a terrifying attack, Yishuin would either smash it with his fists or slash it with the Gung-Jin ancestral chi. The battle between the two sides was equally fierce. Imperial Elder Glaze shot a dense number of arrows, covering the sky and the earth. It directly filled up all the space, blocking Yishuin's steps forward. Yishuin's hands also turned into huge hands in the void, blocking all these arrows. He was also able to counterattack in the gaps. At this time, Imperial Elder Physique finally couldn't bear it anymore and took the initiative to attack. This time, he held a long spear in his hand. The long spear crossed the sky and grew with the wind. It grew to a length of millions of miles, and the tip of the spear pointed towards Yishuin. At this moment, the martial honorable seal flew out from the top of Yishuin's head and blocked the spear all of a sudden. The martial honorable seal erupted with boundless golden light of merit. Within the golden light of merit, a figure walked out. It was Yishuin. However, it wasn't the main body, but an incarnation. This incarnation firmly blocked Imperial Elder Physique. You think you can stop me with just an incarnation? Imperial Elder Physique could naturally see that it was Yishuin's Imperial Elder Seal's spirit incarnation. However, he didn't care about Yishuin's incarnation at all. Yishuin and Imperial Elder Physique weren't his opponents, let alone an incarnation. Yishuin took advantage of the time when his incarnation was dragging Physique Zun. Then, he flew towards Heavenly Elder Azure Glaze. Heavenly Elder Azure Glaze was a latecomer, but his strength was still terrifying. However, Heavenly Elder Azure Glaze was easier to deal with for Yishuin. When Imperial Elder Azure Glaze saw Yishuin flying towards him, he wasn't scared. Instead, he was happy. This was an opportunity from the heavens. As long as he killed Yi Shiwen, then everything on Yi Shiwen's body would belong to him. Go to hell! A burst of dreadful magic power fluctuations erupted from Holy Master Azure Glaze's body. The sky was dyed in the color of colored glaze. Then Yi Shiwen felt that he was locked by a dreadful divine will fluctuation. Even the surrounding principles began to disobey and turned into divine chains to fix him in place. Yi Shiwen was stunned. This was a battle of laws. To a large extent, the strength of a celestial master depended on how well he could control the laws. The glazed longbow in Imperial Elder Azure Glaze's hand was also condensing a terrifying power. Countless laws were wrapped in terrifying power and integrated into the longbow, turning into an extremely powerful arrow. The target of the arrow was directly towards Yi Shiwen's forehead. It was going to shoot his head into pieces. The power contained in this arrow was too powerful. Even Imperial Elder Physique felt a great threat. He would be seriously injured if he were to take it with his bare hands. Imperial Elder Azure Glaze clearly intended to determine the outcome of this battle. He wanted to severely injure Yi Shiwen until he died. At this moment, a terrifying energy erupted from Yi Shiwen's body. It instantly broke through the shackles of the laws. The formidable power of the laws swept out. The powerful energy had already turned into a terrifying storm. Whoosh! The arrow was directly aimed at Yi Shiwen's head. Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes, and the arrow was directly defeated. Compared to just now, Yi Shiwen was several times stronger. In an instant, Yi Shiwen entered the state of Human One fusion. Since no one else is willing to appear first, then it's fine. I'll kill you first. After saying this, Yi Shiwen had already taken a step forward and rushed towards Imperial Elder Azure Glaze. He instantly unleashed his full power. Chapter 3689. Kill me first? Let's see what you're capable of. Azure Glaze Imperial Elder roared with a cold smile on his face. He raised his hand again, and a terrifying torrent shot out towards Yi Shiwen. Break for me! Yi Shiwen roared. This time, he simply clenched his fist and punched the torrent into nothingness. Yi Shiwen was much stronger than before after entering the state of Human Synchronized One. He could easily destroy such an attack with a single punch. Then he directly approached Azure Glaze Imperial Elder. Faced with Yi Shiwen, who was right in front of him, Azure Glaze Yuzun let out a loud roar. He didn't retreat. The longbow in his hand turned into a sword. This sword was entwined with countless laws. It transformed into a divine brilliance that filled the sky. It slashed down towards Yi Shiwen. It was as if the entire chaos had collapsed. It looked extremely terrifying. Come on. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid in the slightest. He blasted a simple punch. An entire primal chaos rotated along with it. Then he welcomed this treasured sword. Bang! An incomparably loud roar was heard. The two sides finally collided. Boundless divine brilliance scattered like rain. How could this be? After the collision, Azure Glaze Imperial Elder's rather shocked voice could be heard. He could feel that his hand was slightly numb. His hand that was holding the sword was trembling and slightly numb. He even had to take a few steps back to remove this huge force. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He merely swayed slightly and stabilized his figure. How could he be so strong? Azure Glaze Imperial Elder's eyes widened as if he could not believe it. The overbearing and arrogant look from before had disappeared completely. Why is it impossible? Yi Shiwen could not help but sneer. He had just fought with Physique Zune. Even though he was not weaker than Physique Zune in terms of physical cultivation, he was still at a complete disadvantage. The fundamental reason was that he was at a complete disadvantage in terms of cultivation. He had just entered the 8th level of cultivation, while the Zune Tea was at the peak of the 9th level. The difference between them was undeniable. However, now that he had entered the state of unification of man and soul, his disadvantage in martial power had been completely compensated. He was even more terrifying than an ordinary peak celestial master. This was why the Shadow Evil Venerable wasn't his opponent at all, even though the Shadow Evil Venerable was restrained by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had just finished speaking, and his voice had barely faded when he had already pounced on Azure Glaze Yuzun again. This, on the other side, the Body Supreme, who was still entangled with Yi Shiwen's revered martial seal, opened his eyes wide when he saw the scene. It seemed as if he couldn't believe it. Yi Shiwen's attack was too terrifying. The current battle between Yi Shiwen and the Azure Glaze Imperial Elder was completely different from the previous battle between him and Yi Shiwen. Back then he had the upper hand, but now Yi Shiwen had the upper hand. Azure Glaze Imperial Elder was constantly being beaten back. Yi Shiwen's offensive was like a storm. He didn't give the Azure Glaze Imperial Elder the slightest chance to breathe. It could be said that Yi Shiwen was incomparably experienced. It was impossible to achieve this if one wasn't a veteran. He even had some doubts. If it was him, would he really have the upper hand like before? I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do it. Thinking of this, even he was a little shaken. However, there was no way for him to support Azure Glaze Imperial Elder at this time. The spirit of the revered martial seal in front of him was entangled with him. Although the spirit of the revered martial seal was not his opponent even with the golden light of merit, it was enough to entangle him. At this time, he seemed to understand Yi Shiwen's plan. It was better to break one finger than to injure 10 fingers. Not only Yi Shiwen understood this principle, but he also understood it. However, he didn't understand where Yi Shiwen got such confidence to kill Azure Glaze Imperial Elder in such a short time. Even if he really killed him, what impact would it have on the overall battle? It was obvious that the two of them weren't the only ones who came this time. The others just hadn't attacked yet. Compared to the horror of the physical supreme outside, Azure Glaze Imperial Elder didn't have time to think about this. For him, there was nothing more important than blocking Yi Shiwen's attack in front of him. Judging from the situation in front of him, it was already very difficult to block Yi Shiwen's attack. Yi Shiwen continued to attack. Each attack was as heavy as a mountain. It seemed as if it could shatter the world. She was also a veteran of hundreds of battles, but she had never encountered such a violent opponent. Her spiritual power continuously flowed from her body to her arms to alleviate the injuries on her arms. It was as if she had suffered a terrifying attack from a heavy object. Her muscles were torn, and some were even directly annihilated at the cellular level. She was already very skilled to be able to persist until now. If it was someone else, one move would be enough to seriously injure him. Another move would be enough to kill him. Damn it! How can he be so strong? He is already so strong now. If he continues to grow, the consequences will be unpredictable. Azure Glaze Imperial Elder retreated as he fought. He tried his best not to confront Yi Shiwen head-on. Usually, when she encountered such an invincible opponent, she would try her best to respond with exquisite moves to reduce the impact. What made her even more depressed was that Yi Shiwen was obviously above her in this aspect. Yi Shiwen knew too many martial arts, especially the 3,000 martial arts that he had cultivated. It had reached a horrifying level. Throughout this series of crazy exchanges, Yi Shiwen didn't use any of the same attacks. All of them were new moves that Azure Glaze Imperial Elder hadn't encountered before. It was enough to show that Yi Shiwen had climbed to the peak in this aspect. Therefore, she could only take the attacks passively. At this time, she already understood that when Yi Shiwen said that he had killed a powerful celestial master, he was definitely not joking. He was probably telling the truth. Hold on. As long as you can't hold on anymore, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Azure Glaze Imperial Elder said while gritting her teeth. Her magic eyes could also see that Yi Shiwen's body was surging with infinite spiritual power. His body, was also being torn apart by a terrifying force. As long as she could hold on, it would be Yi Shiwen's death. Can't hold on anymore? I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Yi Shiwen shouted. The gun-metal ancestral chi in his hand turned into a long spear and directly pointed at Azure Glaze Imperial Elder. The long spear was like lightning, and it instantly arrived in front of Azure Glaze Imperial Elder. Azure Glaze Imperial Elder tried her best to resist, but the long spear still pierced through all her defensive boundaries. The gun-metal ancestral chi was unparalleled in attack. Bang! The long spear directly pointed in front of Azure Glaze Imperial Elder. A jade color appeared in front of Azure Glaze Imperial Elder, blocking Yi Shiwen's spear in a thrilling way. But at the same time, she also let out a scream. Then her whole body was sent flying, and she spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Although the spear just now did not pierce through her, it still injured her. This was the first time Liuli Yuzun had been injured while fighting against Yi Shiwen. This was the so-called quantitative change that led to qualitative change. After suffering from Yi Shiwen's series of terrifying attacks, she couldn't hold on any longer. This is impossible. Azure Glaze Imperial Elder was actually injured by revered martial artist. Many onlooking heavenly venerables widened their eyes, looking at the scene in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of joke was this? In terms of strength, in terms of realm, Azure Glaze Imperial Elder was stronger. Not only was she defeated by Yi Shiwen, but she was also beaten to the point of spitting out blood. This revered martial artist must have entered the state of Human One with the supreme ancestral symbol. But I didn't expect this state of Human One to be so strong. It's simply too terrifying. Now I understand why revered martial artist dared to challenge the heroes of the world here. Emperor trampling the world. Yi Shiwen shouted. His body turned into the law of heaven and earth. Then he suddenly stomped his foot down. This stomp was like the sky was collapsing, and even the sky curtain was descending. Azure Glaze Imperial Elder couldn't dodge at all. Her eyes widened, and she roared, "You've gone too far!" After she roared, an incomparably huge figure also emerged from her body. It was a figure's shadow, and it went up to Yi Shiwen's foot. Bang! This foot instantly trampled the incomparably powerful figure into pieces, but it still couldn't stop Yi Shiwen. However, it delayed Yi Shiwen's time, giving Azure Glaze Imperial Elder time to escape. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still very precious to her. Puff! Azure Glaze Imperial Elder's entire body accelerated and flew backward. She wasn't trampled, but she was swept a little. She couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Yi Shiwen's foot was too heavy as Mount Tai. You think you can escape? Yi Shiwen sneered, and his expression became even colder. He directly chased after her, and the Gungjin ancestral chi in his hand turned into a sword. Die! This sword directly chopped down, and it was about to kill Azure Glaze Imperial Elder. Damn it, get out of my way! Physical Emperor roared, but he still couldn't get rid of the entanglement of revered martial artist seal. Although the revered martial artist seal's figure was already very transparent, and it was constantly being beaten back, it still couldn't be dealt with in a short time. He could only watch helplessly as Heavenly Elder Azure Glaze was about to die in Yi Shiwen's hands. Heavenly Elder Azure Glaze had made a mistake in one move, but it had brought about a fatal disaster. This was a fight between top-notch experts. Stop! A loud shout came from afar. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. A terrifying power crushed down. Heavenly Talisman Immortal, stop him! Yi Shiwen only opened his mouth and said without turning his head. At this time, the value of a teammate was reflected. However, there was no need for him to say it. Heavenly Talisman Immortal, who was previously fooled by Azure Glaze Imperial Elder, was already prepared to make a move. He was fooled once because he wasn't prepared, but he couldn't tolerate being fooled a second time. Boom! Heavenly Talisman Immortal's countless Talisman Dao laws interweaved into a large net, blocking this attack. On the other side, Yi Shiwen also slashed Azure Glaze Imperial Elder in half. Chapter 3690. Puchi. Heavenly Elder Azure Glaze was slashed into two halves by Yi Shiwen's sword. Her physical body was split open, and her spirit was struggling inside. However, after struggling for a long time, it could only be burned to ashes by the gunmetal ancestral qi. The heavenly masters who were forced to this point were actually very fragile. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were invincible and no one could hurt them. However, in reality, they were equally fragile. There was no difference at all. As long as one had the ability to kill them, the final result was actually the same. Obviously, the gunmetal ancestral qi had such an ability to kill Heavenly Elder Azure Glaze. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in just a moment. One mistake caused Heavenly Elder Azure Glaze to be killed by Yi Shiwen. This also made many onlooking Heavenly Masters widen their eyes. They were completely dumbfounded. He actually succeeded. They might have seen from the battle just now that Heavenly Elder Azure Glaze, who was at a complete disadvantage, might be defeated. However, they never thought that Heavenly Elder Azure Glaze would be defeated so quickly. It was a crushing defeat, and this crushing defeat even cost him his life. This was also in line with Yi Shiwen's previous ominous fate. This guy simply didn't know what it meant to be lenient. He also didn't know what it meant to have scruples. No matter who provoked him, there was only one end for them, and that was to die tragically. A peak Empyrean was not an ordinary character. They were likely the rulers of an epoch. The fall of a peak Empyrean could represent the complete decline of a weak epoch. After all, not all epochs were as powerful as the Demon Path epoch. Heavenly Elder Azure Glaze is dead, a peak Heavenly Master. The fall of any peak Heavenly Master is a major event even in an era. Now, he actually died here. Especially those who originally had the idea of taking advantage of the situation. They only felt a chill on their backs. Now that they thought about it carefully, it was a little terrifying. Yi Shiwen had killed Heavenly Lord Glaze in a very short time. He had done it at lightning speed. If they were in his place, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to withstand a few moves before dying tragically. Thinking of this, many people immediately dispelled the idea of taking advantage of the situation. It was good to be the fisherman who benefited from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam, but it also depended on whether they had the ability to do so. The glazed Imperial Elder is really dead. Tizun, who had just defeated the artifact spirit of the Martial Sovereign Seal, was dumbfounded by the scene before him. Although he wasn't the one who died at his level, he could be considered a supreme expert in the world. Basically, as long as he didn't court death, he wouldn't die. Moreover, the two of them had joined forces to besiege Yi Shiwen. Now, Liuli Yuzuan had died just like that. This inevitably made him feel a little sad. At the same time, he truly felt the threat of Yi Shiwen. At this moment, Yi Shiwen truly possessed the strength to kill him. This sudden sense of crisis caused him to immediately be on guard. Wu Zun, do you know the consequences of killing him? Tizun opened his mouth and asked. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. What other consequences can there be? I have even killed the Shadow Evil Master, let alone glazed Imperial Elder. If you want to trouble me, let's see if your life is that tough. Yi Shiwen sneered and said. At this time, most of the Heavenly Masters knew that Yi Shiwen had killed a peak Heavenly Master. If they had known this news earlier, they probably wouldn't have dared to have any other thoughts. This was obviously beyond the level where they could take advantage of the situation. This was a real battle between peak Heavenly Masters. Good, Wu Zun. You really have guts. However, the more you are like this, the more you have to die this time. Tizun's heart was filled with killing intent at this time. Not for anything else. But to avoid future troubles, he had to kill Yi Shiwen. He was already so strong at this time. What would he become in the future? It would be very difficult to fight against him at that time. If it's possible, let's give it a try. Yi Shiwen grabbed the corpse of the glazed imperial elder and exploded it. It turned into the purest blood essence and poured it into the world tree. The world tree's fruit on the world tree had absorbed so much essence blood that it had finally matured. Yi Shiwen watered the world tree with the blood essence of a peak expert again and again. The world tree was also growing at an astonishing speed. Therefore, the world tree fruit that it produced was getting harder and harder to mature. However, once it matured, its effect was far beyond imagination. He looked at Heaven Talisman Immortal. In front of Heaven Talisman Immortal, a figure was blocked by her. Who else could it be but the Moon City Lord? The Moon City Lord just wanted to save the glazed Imperial Elder, but he was blocked by Heaven Talisman Immortal. At this time his face was extremely ugly. In the end he still intervened. However, even if he intervened, he still couldn't save the glazed Imperial Elder. This was simply a great shame. Similarly, the sense of crisis in his heart suddenly exploded. Compared to the last time they fought, Yi Shiwen was more than a few times stronger. He killed the glazed Imperial Elder in a short time. He had truly reached the point where he could threaten experts of their level. He was extremely emotional. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen's growth to be so fast. When he first heard of Yi Shiwen, he was nothing. He was just a junior who entered the Heavenly Lord realm by luck. At that time, it was just a simple matter for him to kill Yi Shiwen. However, it had evolved to the point where he had gathered a large number of experts, but he was not completely confident that he could kill Yi Shiwen. The reason why he had to save the glazed Imperial Elder was not because of their good relationship. It was purely because it was not easy to deal with experts of this level. One more person meant one more hope of killing Yi Shiwen. One less person meant one less hope. He had no choice but to act and save them. Among these people, his killing intent towards Yi Shiwen was the heaviest. Therefore, others could ignore many things, but he couldn't. Yi Shiwen could feel that the glazed Imperial Elder and the Moon City Lord had surrounded him from the left and right. Obviously, they were preventing him from escaping. However, they didn't intend to take the initiative to attack. Everyone was clear that Yi Shiwen relied on the supreme ancestral symbol to have such amazing combat power. The safest way was to wait for his own death. Why? Are there still people who aren't willing to come out? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you one by one? Yi Shiwen sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the red serpent demon elder had already appeared. After a while, the destructive stone elder had also revealed himself. What a big move! Yi Shiwen looked in the direction of the city, Lord of the Moon City. It was really a big move. In this short period of time, the Shadow Evil Senior who had been killed by Yi Shiwen, and the demon Venerable Luoho who had been pinned down by the Middle Heavenly Venerable who hadn't made a move yet. There were a total of 7 paragons, peak experts that were normally hard to come by. Now, all of them had actually appeared, and their purpose was merely to surround and kill him. Such a lineup was enough to besiege and kill a Supreme Master like the Middle Heavenly Master, let alone besiege and kill him. Even if they were to launch another attack on the Moon City, such a lineup would be enough. They shouldn't be underestimated. He didn't know how much the Moon City Lord had paid to invite these people, but he could feel the boundless hatred the Moon City Lord had for him. However, it was normal when he thought about it. Yi Shiwen had killed the Moon City Lord's beloved son, killed his most loyal subordinate, and even lost the position of the Moon City Lord that he had held for countless years because of him. It could be said that he had lost everything overnight. He had been deserted by everyone, and Yi Shiwen, who had caused all of this, was naturally a thorn in his side. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen, things wouldn't have developed to this point. It could be said that all of this was caused by Yi Shiwen. Of course, the cause was still the Moon City Lord himself. It was just that he didn't care about Yi Shiwen at that time. He, the dignified Moon City Lord, proposed marriage to Yi Shiwen because he thought highly of Yi Shiwen and his master. But in the end, this person that he had never thought highly of finally caused the collapse of the force that he had built for countless years, even though the main force was actually the middle Heavenly Master. After hearing Yi Shiwen's words, the Heavenly Masters thought about it and realized that it was true. This was really terrifying. There were 7 peak Supreme Masters, and there was even a terrifying figure like Demon Venerable Luo among them. Such a lineup was used to besiege Yi Shiwen. It was really unprecedented. Just how much did the City Lord of Moon City hate this martial saint to be forced to such an extent? "It's worth it as long as I can kill you," said the Moon City Lord. "There's no way you can escape this time. Although you seem to have killed Heavenly Venerable Azure Glaze at lightning speed and seemed powerful, it actually exposed your weakness of not being able to fight for long periods of time. If you weren't guilty, why would you do this?" After the shock that Yi Shiwen gave them, they quickly reacted and immediately understood that Yi Shiwen's situation was far from optimistic. It could even be said that it was extremely bad. They still had this bit of confidence. "You guys are really too confident." Yi Shiwen withdrew from the state of man unification as one. Then a phoenix cry resounded from within his body. It was the magical power of phoenix regeneration technique, and the numerous wounds on his body began to heal. "I'm indeed not able to fight for long periods of time, but have you ever thought about why I would jump into this trap when I knew it was a trap?" said Yi Shiwen coldly. "I don't care why you did it. It doesn't matter once I kill you," said the Moon City Lord, his eyes getting colder. As he spoke, he directly moved and attacked Yi Shiwen, taking advantage of the fact that Yi Shiwen was not in the state of human unification. Chapter 3691. The Moon City Lord was also a veteran of many battles. He knew that Yi Shiwen had withdrawn from the state of human consonance to recuperate and prepare to recover. He would not give Yi Shiwen a chance at all. One after another, incomparably huge moon steels came crashing down from the sky. Countless rays of moonlight descended, releasing the incomparably terrifying will and killing intent of the City Lord of Moon City, traversing the heavens. Every moon steel grew invisibly and released an immortal aura. It was as if they were as huge as the entire galaxy. The Moon City Lord used an extremely powerful attack. He knew that he had to be careful when facing Yi Shiwen. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. Countless moon steels fell towards Yi Shiwen like raindrops. Yi Shiwen's feet were like 2 iron pillars inserted into the void. Then he clenched his fist and punched out. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen's fist shadows swept across the sky, forming a sky curtain. The moon steels that were falling like raindrops were blasted into powder. It was just like when Yi Shiwen first fought with the Moon City Lord. However, compared to that time, the Moon City Lord had not made much progress, but Yi Shiwen was much stronger than before. Clang! Countless, blazing divine lights swept across. Many heavenly venerables who were watching the fight were extremely shocked. Yi Shiwen was not in the state of human consonance, but he was still terrifyingly powerful, although he was not as strong as when he was in the state of human consonance. In terms of combat power, he had firmly entered the ranks of the 9th realm. Even so, the Moon City Lord crushed Yi Shiwen with absolute strength. He steadily suppressed Yi Shiwen. The series of attacks were airtight, not giving Yi Shiwen the slightest chance to breathe. In the face of the Moon City Lord's tide-like attacks, Yi Shiwen could only use his fist shadows to resist. He was like a small boat that could be overturned at any time in a storm. However, no matter how the Moon City Lord attacked, it was difficult to break through Yi Shiwen's defense. In this aspect, Yi Shiwen could be said to have reached the peak. Countless people were terrified. "I'm coming too." The destructive stone venerable had been watching for a long time and finally joined the battle. Although the Moon City Lord had the upper hand, he still decided to intervene. If things continued like this, the Moon City Lord would need a long time to defeat or even kill Yi Shiwen, even if he had the upper hand. The destructive stone Venerable had had enough. Unlike the storm-like, terrifying offensive of the City Lord of the Moon City, the destructive stone elder used an incomparably violent fighting style. Countless stone energies condensed on his fist, and his fist pierced through the vast sky. He was about to beat Yi Shiwen to death. There were no complicated moves, nor were there any dazzling attacks. It was just a punch, but it had a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The addition of the destructive stone Saint quickly plunged Yi Shiwen, who was originally at ease, into an absolute crisis. The destructive stone Saint's offensive was like a tide rampaging around. Each attack was the simplest. However, such a simple attack possessed great power. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could deal with. After cooperating with the Moon City Lord, Yi Shiwen was forced to retreat step by step. He was no longer as calm as before. Not enough, not enough. I need more time. Yi Shiwen let out a long roar. All the spiritual power in his body was ignited, and he was raised to the extreme. He collided with the two directly. He was buying time. It was none other than the time when the world tree fruit ripened. After he killed Azure Supreme and killed so many heavenly masters, the world tree fruit was finally about to ripen. The most important thing for Yi Shiwen now was time. Given enough time, he would make history and create everything. What are you two waiting for? Why don't you take advantage of this time to take him down? At this time, the Moon City Lord said loudly. He hated Yi Shiwen to the extreme. I'll kill him. Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerable, watch Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable, said the Physique Supreme. From the previous attack, he was full of fear towards Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable. If Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable hadn't interfered, Azure Supreme wouldn't have died. After all, Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable was also an expert of this level. If she insisted on taking action, she could still interfere with the battle. 3 against 1 and 4 against 2 were not the same concept. No problem. Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerable didn't take action. She just crossed her arms and looked coldly at Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable, I advise you to take this opportunity to escape. Otherwise, once we kill Wuzun, the next to die will be you. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth and said coldly, in your dreams. She was about to rush into the battle to save Yi Shiwen, but she received Yi Shiwen's voice transmission. You don't have to take action. Just help me. Yi Shiwen's words made her stop. She didn't know what Yi Shiwen was planning, but since Yi Shiwen still said so, she could only not intervene. However, she still stared at Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerable. At this time, the only thing she could do was to stare at Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerable to prevent her from joining the battle. Yi Shiwen, who was already retreating under the attacks of the Moon City Lord and Destructive Stone Venerable, instantly deteriorated the situation after Physique Venerable joined the battle. The magical powers of the Moon City's City Lord were invincible. Moreover, the physical cultivation of Venerable Physique and Venerable Destructive Stone had reached the pinnacle. They weren't inferior to Yi Shiwen in the slightest. Their martial power was superior to Yi Shiwen's. Even the virtuous Tyrant Physique couldn't withstand such crazy attacks after a series of attacks. Yi Shiwen was beaten until he bled all over. The dense cracks on his body also showed what kind of terrible battle Yi Shiwen was facing at this time. Even with his tyrant gilded body, he was already seriously injured. The Heavenly Venerables were terrified when they saw this scene. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Under the attacks of 3 peak Heavenly Venerables, Yi Shiwen still didn't fall. Many people found it unbelievable that he could persist until now. Bang! Venerable Physique's fist broke through Yi Shiwen's defense and bombarded on his chest. Yi Shiwen finally let out a muffled groan, and his entire body was sent flying upside down. His body bang suddenly split into pieces while he was flying. His body had been smashed to pieces by the attack. It could be said that this was the most tragic battle he had encountered in these years. When he fought against the Chaos Overlord and the Moon City Lord previously, although it was also very tragic, it was mostly due to the injuries caused by the supreme ancestral symbol. Few enemies could cause such injuries to him. But now, how long had it been? Yi Shiwen's body had already been beaten to pieces. Opposite him, the destructive Stone Venerable and the other two were extremely shocked. Yi Shiwen was only in the 8th realm, but he could actually persist until now. This was the first time his body had been beaten to pieces by the three of them. This kind of terrible strength was absolutely unique in the 8th realm. He could even compete with the 9th realm. With his age and strength, this was an extremely dangerous sign. This made the three of them even more determined to kill Yi Shiwen. Such a person must not be allowed to survive. Soon, Yi Shiwen's body reassembled in midair. However, at this time, Yi Shiwen's face was obviously a bit pale. This time his body had been beaten to pieces. Although he had recovered, it was still a serious injury. However, the Moon City Lord and the other two rushed at him again, not giving him a chance to breathe. However, Yi Shiwen pinched a technique and instantly escaped millions of miles away. This made the three of them slightly stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would retreat like this. Even when the battle was the most intense, and Yi Shiwen was suppressed and beaten to the most miserable state, he didn't retreat. It seemed as if he wanted to fight to the death with the three of them. This was in line with their wishes. Yi Shiwen fighting to the death with them was the most advantageous for them. It would be best if they could beat Yi Shiwen to death. He wants to escape. This was the first thought in the minds of the three of them. However, Yi Shiwen did not retreat further. He only withdrew from the attack range of the three of them. He was constantly panting. Obviously, he wanted to buy some time to recover from his injuries. It's useless. You are dead today. At this time, the Supreme Physique said loudly. His eyes were full of killing intent. At this point, he had already shed all pretense of cordiality. It was already a fight to the death. Not being able to kill me just now will be your biggest mistake. Yi Shiwen calmed his breathing and said. There was a smile on his face. It was as if the person who had been beaten to pieces was not him, but someone else. At this moment, his battle intent seemed to have soared to an extreme. Exhilarating. This was simply too exhilarating. Although he was suppressed in this series of battles and was beaten miserably, to him, it was still exhilarating. The warlike and hot-blooded genes in his bones had been awakened. He reached into his inner world and took out a world fruit from the world tree in his inner world. Stop him! The Moon City Lord opened his eyes wide and quickly shouted. He only thought that this was a holy item that Yi Shiwen used to heal his injuries. He subconsciously reacted and could not let Yi Shiwen continue. The Supreme Physique rushed out without waiting for the city Lord to finish his words. He instantly arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. He had crossed millions of miles in one step. However, it was too late. Yi Shiwen was already prepared. He opened his mouth and swallowed the world fruit. Boom! An incomparably terrifying energy burst out of Yi Shiwen's body. It was a bit similar to the time when he had entered the human synchronized state. However, it was different. Bang! The Supreme Physique's spear crossed the vast sky and arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen raised his hand and blocked it at the last moment. Finally, it's time for me to fight back. Yi Shiwen grinned. His smile contained a bone-deep killing intent. Chapter 3692. He could already feel the energy pouring into his body from the fruit of the world tree. It turned into a steady stream of surging martial power that filled every cell. What? Senior Physique realized that his spear had been easily blocked by Yi Shiwen, so he couldn't kill him. However, he still coldly said, "It doesn't matter how many times you recover. I can kill you. I don't believe that you have many of those holy healing treasures." At this time, the destructive Stone Zune and the Moon City Lord had also flown over. They surrounded Yi Shiwen and didn't let him escape. "Ha ha ha, do I need to escape?" Yi Shiwen laughed. "From the beginning to the end, you never thought about why I stayed and fought with you. But it doesn't matter. It's my turn to fight back now." Ridiculous. The destructive Stone Zune was the most direct. Countless stone, chi, swept over and danced in the sky. It turned into a terrifying torrent. It was huge like a galaxy and swept towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! Yi Shiwen stood in the air and didn't move. He smashed the torrent into pieces on the spot with a punch. His imposing aura was also rising and had returned to its peak. This wasn't a big deal at first, but they soon discovered an amazing thing, and that was he didn't stop after returning to his peak. Instead, he went one step further and had a breakthrough. His martial power was obviously stronger than before. He actually made a breakthrough. Demon Venerable Scarlet Serpent was a bystander. He could see everything clearly. He could clearly see that Yi Shiwen's strength had increased by a notch. He can still make a breakthrough in this kind of battle. It wasn't that they hadn't seen breakthroughs in such intense battles before. In fact, they had done such miraculous things many times themselves. However, the Heavenly Venerate realm was different. Any progress in this realm required countless years to pave the way. It was almost impossible to break through in the midst of a battle. At this time, he seemed to understand why Yi Shiwen could reach this realm in such a short time. It's useless even if he made a breakthrough. He will still die. The spear in his hand was like a huge dragon. It swept across the vast sky and formed a great suppression on Yi Shiwen. More than half of the era was trembling violently. This spear swept across with a terrifying power, as if the end of the world was coming. Yi Shiwen's spear was the first to react. However, Yi Shiwen's reaction was beyond his expectations. This time, he did not choose to defend. Instead, he stretched out his arms, and his fists turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, forming 2 torrents that went against the spear. Yi Shiwen responded to the spear's attack with an attack instead of choosing to defend. Bang! Unexpectedly, Yi Shiwen hadn't been defeated, even though he had chosen to confront the body supreme head-on. On the contrary, he had blocked this terrifying attack. Yi Shiwen's figure slightly swayed, which was completely different from the situation of him being suppressed and falling into a disadvantageous position a moment ago. At this time, Yi Shiwen seemed to have entered a kind of transformation, as if he had been reborn. The venerable body finally reacted at this time. He knew that the feeling he had felt a moment ago wasn't an illusion. It was real. Yi Shiwen had blocked his attack and hadn't been able to break it. It was definitely not an illusion that Yi Shiwen was able to block his attack. Yi Shiwen stretched out his arms. He could feel that his strength was gradually increasing. He could even sense a large amount of this growth speed in a short time. This feeling was really cool. He didn't take the risk of being killed in vain when he chose to stay. Take one of my attacks too. Suddenly, the revered martial seal flew out of Yi Shiwen's hand. Then, countless principles of martial arts flew out of the revered martial seal and formed a rainbow-colored waterfall in the sky. Then Yi Shiwen grabbed it in his hand and smashed it towards Body Venerable. Bang! A terrifying attack erupted in an instant. The entire heaven and earth of the era seemed to have been flipped over as countless martial Tao laws gathered together, forming an incomparably powerful current. Humph! The venerable body snorted coldly. He didn't take Yi Shiwen's attack seriously. He also swept his spear across the galaxy. Clang! An incomparably loud roar rang out, accompanied by a burst of metallic vibrations that transformed into a raging tide of energy. The supreme physique actually felt a frightening rebounding force pass through the long spear and sweep towards his arm. His arm was slightly trembling. He had been shaken by Yi Shiwen. How is this possible? Your martial power has increased so much. He could feel that Yi Shiwen's martial power had increased a lot. He had already reached the peak of physical cultivation. However, he wasn't necessarily stronger than Yi Shiwen. The only difference between them was their martial power. Now that Yi Shiwen's martial power had increased, the gap between them had naturally been closed. The destructive stone venerable had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen at this time. His body was also brimming with a powerful fighting intention. His fists were like terrifying Taoist tools that could destroy the world. He was extremely conceited as he rushed towards Yi Shiwen. The destructive stone venerable's fists were invincible. However, his speed was very fast. In fact, Yi Shiwen shouldn't have been able to react. The reason why it was because the destructive stone venerable's judgment was based on his previous experience of fighting with Yi Shiwen. In fact, he had cooperated with the venerable body many times in the previous battle. Yi Shiwen had been repeatedly defeated and vomited blood. However, he had miscalculated this time. Yi Shiwen's reaction had exceeded his imagination. Even the seven-colored light of the law of time had emerged on Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen raised his hand and opened his palm. Bang! A terrifying attack was heard. Yi Shiwen raised his hand to block the two punches that could penetrate the world. You can take these two punches of mine. The destructive stone venerable looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. The power of these two punches was no less than the full power of a heavenly master Taoist tool. It wasn't enough to kill Yi Shiwen. However, it was enough to make him vomit blood. However, Yi Shiwen just shook his body slightly and completely blocked the destructive stone venerable body's attack. It was obviously stronger than when he had attacked the venerable body previously. The Moon City Lord, who hadn't made a move yet, also opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe it. Yi Shiwen's strength had improved again and again in such a short time. It was too shocking. Idiot, do you think that the situation is still the same as before? Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. He only felt that his anger had finally been vented. He had been suppressed and beaten just now. Although he had gritted his teeth and persevered, waiting for the world tree fruit to mature, he still felt unsatisfied in his heart. Now his anger had finally been vented. The venerable body, destructive stone venerable, and the Moon City Lord glanced at each other. They understood the fear in each other's eyes. Yi Shiwen's continuous breakthroughs had also put great pressure on the three of them. The three of them finally decided to go all out. They couldn't let him continue to grow like this. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge city appeared behind the Moon City Lord. This city was none other than the Moon City. He had been the Moon City Lord for so many years. He had already completely integrated his will into the city. At this time, the Moon City had manifested. It was his world, and he could suppress all strong enemies. Behind the destructive stone venerable, a huge stone age had manifested. It was a huge world. This world had evolved from the great Tao laws. It was also the embodiment of all his will. The physical cultivation era had also manifested around the physical cultivation era. In this era, countless creatures were frantically tempering their physical bodies, using all kinds of methods to train. The physical body was the foundation of all cultivation. Powerful will evolved in the void one after another, enhancing the strength of the physical cultivation era. Yi Shiwen looked at the three of them. His eyes were overflowing with fighting spirit. He could see that the three of them were already doing their best. At the same time, it also proved that their patience had reached its limit. This was a battle of life and death. It was either you die or I die. There was no third option. The three great inner worlds gathered and surrounded Yi Shiwen. Although they were only inner worlds, they were no different from real worlds. In these worlds, they were the only masters. No one could compete with them. Martial Venerable, you won't be able to escape today. The Moon City Lord shouted loudly. Around him, moon steels appeared, forming a heavenly cycle great array. It had the power to swallow the sky. Are you trying to scare me? I'm scared, Yi Shiwen said. His voice was sonorous and powerful. It was neither servile nor overbearing. At the same time, the martial venerable seal flew out from above his head. It rotated and hung down layers of light curtains. It was a defense. In the light curtains, Yi Shiwen's strength was still increasing. The huge energy of the world fruit was being refined by him little by little, pushing his skills to the peak of the 8th realm bit by bit. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He was not in a hurry to attack first. The longer he delayed, the stronger his strength would become. His chances of killing them would also be greater. However, it was obvious that the physical venerable could not wait for Yi Shiwen to reach that level. The immortal rune appeared on the spear of the physical venerable. It directly crossed the galaxy and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. He was incomparably domineering. He dared to fight against the world with his iron clothes and spear. This was a real battle between the peak of the supreme level. The three of them were forced to take out their last trump cards to fight against Yi Shiwen. Demon Venerable Scarlet Serpent was already stunned. It was not because of the strength of the 4 people on the battlefield, but because the 3 of them had been forced to this point. Is it really so terrifying? Chapter 3693. He was very clear about the strength of the 3. Because of this, he was very shocked. With the strength of the 3, they were actually forced to this extent by Yi Shiwen. They had to join forces and use their full strength. If they didn't join forces, the consequences would be unimaginable. They might be killed by Yi Shiwen. Since when could Yi Shiwen pose such a big threat to them? At this time he began to regret. If he could arrive a step earlier, he might be able to kill Yi Shiwen earlier, and it wouldn't have developed to this extent now. He was confident that he could solve everything previously, but now it turned out that he was thinking too much. It was simply impossible. The spectating heavenly venerables felt a little numb now. The situation on the battlefield had changed again and again. In the beginning, Yi Shiwen had been suppressed by Physique Zune. Later, Yi Shiwen had been besieged by Physique Zune and Heavenly Venerable Azure Glaze. He had actually fought back and even killed Heavenly Venerable Azure Glaze. Then, in the face of the joint attack of the 3 masters, Yi Shiwen was once at a disadvantage. Now he launched a desperate counterattack. This series of ups and downs was just like an 8:00 TV series. It made them a little numb as they watched. It seemed that no matter what Yi Shiwen did, it was a very normal thing. There was nothing strange about it. On the other hand, Heaven Talisman Immortal on the side looked at Yi Shiwen's heroic appearance. She couldn't help but be amazed. She knew that if she wanted to take revenge, all her hopes might be pinned on Yi Shiwen. Although in this world, the destruction of an era and the birth of an era were eternal and unchanging, she knew that if this inner demon couldn't be eliminated, it might drag her into a boundless abyss. Facing the siege of the 3, Yi Shiwen had the martial master seal above his head. He just said loudly, "Do you think the 3 of you can kill me?" He stretched his arms and directly evolved the 6 paths roulette to plunge the world into reincarnation. In particular, the true meaning of reincarnation contained in it made the world tremble. The current Nirvana era was actually in line with the true meaning of reincarnation. Therefore, it could trigger the resonance of the world, using the power of heaven and earth to toughen the inner world of the 3. Yi Shiwen didn't use his inner world. He didn't want to expose the world tree because he didn't know what kind of terrifying frenzy it would cause if it was exposed. He didn't know how many experts would plot against him. A genuine world tree was even more precious than a supreme ancestral symbol. Although the world tree in Yi Shiwen's hand was not yet mature, its value was no less than that of a supreme ancestral symbol. Otherwise, it would not have allowed his cultivation to continuously improve. However, Even so, it was enough for him to contend against 3 great experts without falling into a disadvantageous position. "You're dead this time." The city lord of Moon City opened his arms, and the terrifyingly powerful Moon City came crashing down. Even an entire world couldn't withstand his sweep and suppression. Boom! Moon City crashed down. This wasn't just a manifestation of the great Tao and nomological laws of Moon City. On the contrary, it had borrowed the power of Moon City from the boundless Chaosverse. Moon City's foundation had been built by the founder of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, the Fortune Heavenly Monarch. One could imagine how much power was hidden within. Bang! Moon City crashed onto Yi Shiwen's body. It was as if he had been smashed by a world. However, Yi Shiwen didn't move at all. He allowed Moon City to fall onto his body. However, in the next moment, Yi Shiwen's aura changed. He was still growing stronger. "I'll start with you," Yi Shiwen said indifferently. He looked at the city lord of Moon City. Suddenly, the city lord felt as if he was being stared at by a terrifying beast. Whoosh! The next moment, Yi Shiwen appeared in front of the Moon City lord. "Fool! How dare you attack in front of me? This is my domain. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die." The city lord of Moon City revealed a proud smile. An expert with an unparalleled physical body like Yi Shiwen was indeed difficult to deal with, but it wasn't impossible. It was indeed terrifying to be attacked by them. However, this was also his domain. In this domain, he was the ultimate ruler. Countless moonlight soared into the sky. This was the effect of the moon law. It transformed into divine chains and bound Yi Shiwen tightly. In this place, the laws of the Moon City Lord had been strengthened to an unimaginable level. Yi Shiwen seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. Then, countless moon steels appeared once again and fell down like raindrops. It was unknown how many devil gods were being suppressed in each moon steel. However, all of them had manifested at this time and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. Bang! 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 The moon steels fell crazily. Almost in an instant, they all fell on Yi Shiwen's body. However, these moon steels were blocked by the Martial Honorable Seal. Every time the Martial Honorable Seal and the moon steels collided, a terrifying explosion would erupt. However, the Martial Honorable Seal was not broken. On the contrary, its golden light of virtue was becoming more and more dazzling. Just like its owner, Yi Shiwen, it was becoming stronger and stronger. It should be said that Yi Shiwen's skills were gradually strengthening. Under the blessing of the golden light of virtue, the Martial Honorable Seal was already a peak celestial master Tao tool. Yi Shiwen's skills were originally unable to completely unleash its power. But now, as Yi Shiwen's skills were improving at a terrifying speed, the power of the Martial Honorable Seal was naturally also improving at a rapid pace. It seemed to have opened up a brand new peak. Yi Shiwen was getting stronger at every moment. The Martial Honorable Seal was also gradually strengthening. Do you still want to struggle? You can survive this kind of lineup. Aren't you going against the heavens? Break! Yi Shiwen roared. The moonlight god chains that bound him were instantly turned into nothingness by his magic power. He moved his body a little, and immediately there was a crackling sound. Although it seemed that he was in a dangerous situation and had entered the absolute domain of the Moon City Lord, it also isolated the physical honorable and the destructive stone honorable. If it was not as a last resort, the two of them would not be willing to enter the absolute domain of the Moon City Lord, even if they were now considered allies. However, this kind of alliance was too unreliable. They could fall out at any time because of the supreme ancestral symbol. How could the two of them really trust the Moon City Lord? Going against the heavens? This is just the beginning. I will still kill you all. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. There was a sense of extreme danger in his eyes. The City Lord of the Moon City just smiled indifferently. More and more moonlight divine, law, chains rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Each of them was like a divine dragon and had endless power. Yi Shiwen only took a step forward. In his hand, a long blade formed by the gunmetal ancestor Qi appeared. The Moon City, Lord's pupils, shrank slightly. Last time, he had been defeated by the long blade formed by the gunmetal ancestor Qi. His head had been smashed into pieces. It could be said that it had left a deep impression on him. Naturally, he was afraid of Yi Shiwen's treasured blade. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen brandished his blade, and suddenly, blade shadows burst out in the sky. It didn't matter whether it was the moonlight, divine chains, or the moon steel. None of them could get close to him. Countless of them were destroyed by his blade and were annihilated. Although it only took a breath of time for everything to recover, it was enough for Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen had already rushed to the front of the Moon City Lord. He had penetrated through the layers of space defenses and arrived in front of him. The long blade swept up a terrifying blade light that was millions of miles long and slashed down. The Moon City immediately appeared around the Moon City Lord, protecting him within. This was his core absolute domain. The blade light slashed into the Moon City Lord. Suddenly, endless explosions occurred. Both sides were in a deadlock. The skills of both sides were competing, and the nomological laws of both sides were also devouring and crushing each other. The Moon City Lord, who should have had the absolute upper hand, soon discovered that he could no longer gain the upper hand. Little by little, Yi Shiwen had turned the tables on him. However, he immediately understood that this was not Yi Shiwen turning the tables on him. Instead, his skills were growing crazily. In just one slash, his skills had improved a lot from beginning to end. When will this be the end? This is actually not his limit. The Moon City Lord couldn't believe it. Yi Shiwen obviously did not suddenly improve because of some enlightenment during the battle. It must have something to do with the fruit he had eaten before. What was it? Such a stalemate lasted for a full quarter of an hour. For a top master like an Empyrean, they could exchange tens of thousands of moves in an instant. But now they were completely frozen in a single move. One could imagine how intense the situation was. Not good. The Moon City Lord suddenly felt that Yi Shiwen's skills had finally improved to a terrifying level. Yi Shiwen could compare to him and even surpass him. Boom! The long blade formed by the gunmetal ancestral Qi cut his Moon City in half in an instant. It was like a butcher dismembering an ox. With just one simple slash, his entire Moon City was cut in half. The blade light fell on his body. Just like before, the gunmetal ancestral Qi could originally hurt the Moon City Lord. Yi Shiwen could do it back then, let alone now. Bang! The Moon City Lord was hit, and his body flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body collapsed into pieces. Yi Shiwen's slash was too terrifying, and its power was too great. However, when this slash hit the Moon City Lord, the absolute domain of the Moon City Lord broke. The Physique Supreme and the Destructive Stone Supreme, who had been waiting on the side, finally couldn't hold back and rushed forward. Get lost! The terrifying skills on Yi Shiwen's body surged wildly. In an instant, he blocked the Physique Supreme and the Destructive Stone Supreme outside his body. At this time, his skills had finally reached a peak. The world tree fruit had been completely digested. He had finally entered the peak of the 8th realm. Chapter 3694. After a period of digestion, Yi Shiwen finally completely swallowed the world tree fruit. His martial power had truly reached the peak of the 8th realm. In an instant, he shook off the 2 experts who had rushed over. At this time, in terms of cultivation power, he was already on par with peak celestial venerables. He was not inferior to them. However, the 2 of them had still achieved their goal. They had stopped Yi Shiwen from continuing his pursuit of the Moon City Lord. This had won the Moon City Lord some crucial time. Huff, huff, huff. Fresh blood dripped down continuously. The body of the city, Lord of Moon City, had finally reassembled. However, there were many cracks on the surface of his body. He was almost chopped into pieces by Yi Shiwen's blade. He only felt that his back was incomparably cold. Yi Shiwen was far more terrifying than he had expected. This slash really reminded him of the fear he felt when he was forced to kill by Yi Shiwen. At that time, he was almost killed by Yi Shiwen, but he didn't expect that the fear would repeat itself. Damn it, Honorable Wu, I will kill you. The Moon City Lord was enraged to the extreme. What kind of person was he? He was high and mighty and had lived like a prince for countless years. But now he was forced to such a state. Kill me? Do you still have a chance? Yi Shiwen looked extremely calm. Today, all of you will die here. At this time, he had already stepped into the peak of the 8th level. In terms of skills, he could even compare to a peak heavenly venerate. However, this was still not enough. Among the peak heavenly venerables, there was also demon venerate Rahu and middle heavenly venerables who were far stronger than ordinary peak heavenly venerables. Demon venerate Luoho was an outstanding talent of the demonic epoch. As for a middle Empyrean, he relied on his own strength to easily suppress Moon City's city lord. That was the true peak of Empyreans. However, more importantly, his future opponents would not allow him to stop here. Whether it was the Chaos Overlord or those old monsters that could rival the Chaos Overlord, they were all existences that he could not ignore. After the primal Chaos Tyrant Venerate came out, the first person to seek trouble was Shaoqin. Furthermore, those old monsters wanted to kill the martial epoch's heavenly Tao. They were all great enemies that Shaoqin could not avoid. He had to grow faster. Thus, in his eyes, these peak heavenly venerates had already become his prey. Arrogant, Tizun said coldly. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know once you try. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. But in the next moment, countless forces burst out of his body as he entered the state of human unification. Yi Shiwen was already comparable to a peak celestial master. Now that he had entered the human unification state, his power had increased explosively. However, he hadn't broken through the boundary of a celestial master. At the same time, this also proved that Yi Shiwen still had potential that could be excavated at this time. He hadn't truly reached the limit yet. Yi Shiwen's previous idea was also feasible. Damn it, it's this guy again. But how long do you think you can last? The destructive stone venerable had already reached his limit when he saw Yi Shiwen repeatedly using the supreme ancestral symbol. At the same time, his desire for the supreme ancestral symbol had also reached its limit. If he could make use of the supreme ancestral symbol, his cultivation would rise to an unimaginable level. If he truly became a supreme powerhouse of the universe, even a peak Empyrean wouldn't be his match. It won't last long, but it's enough to kill you, Yi Shiwen said. In this state, the consumption of energy was much greater than before. The enhancement of the supreme ancestral symbol was also related to Yi Shiwen himself. If Yi Shiwen could only display the strength of an ordinary peak Empyrean before, then now that his cultivation had improved, the enhancement of the supreme ancestral symbol would naturally be even greater. Boom! A violent force erupted from Yi Shiwen's body. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. The pupils of the physical venerable shrank. He realized that he couldn't see Yi Shiwen's figure after he opened his magic eyes. Whoosh! In the next second, Yi Shiwen appeared in front of him. Die. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Shiwen clenched his fist and turned it into a huge 6 paths of reincarnation disc. This 6 paths of reincarnation disc instantly suppressed the physical venerable. You're courting death! The physical venerable roared and met the 6 paths of reincarnation disc with a punch. Bang! With a loud explosion, the 2 fists fiercely collided in midair. Then, everyone heard a miserable shriek. This scream actually came from the physical venerable. The physical venerable retreated a few steps. His entire arm hung limp and he couldn't move it anymore. In the battle with Yi Shiwen just now, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and one of his arms had been directly crippled. Previously, Yi Shiwen's cultivation was at a disadvantage. However, this time the physical venerable was at a complete disadvantage. After Yi Shiwen's cultivation increased crazily, their positions were completely reversed. How is this possible? The physical venerable couldn't believe it. At this moment, he seemed to understand why the Moon City Lord had been completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen previously. At that time, Yi Shiwen hadn't reached such a terrifying level. Do you still think you can kill me now? Yi Shiwen directly rushed in front of the physical venerable. Taking advantage of the fact that the Moon City Lord was seriously injured and couldn't attack, he attacked again. His target was naturally the physical venerable that he had injured. A terrifying pressure instantly crushed down. The physical venerable retreated again and again. He didn't dare to confront Yi Shiwen at this moment. However, at this point, how could Yi Shiwen let him escape? There wasn't much time left for him. After he entered the state of human unification, his perception had improved a lot. He could already sense that Demon Venerable Luo Ho was returning and that the Middle Celestial Venerable was entangling him in the distance. The current situation was completely reversed from before. Previously, it was the Middle Celestial Venerable who wanted to return to support, and Demon Venerable Luo Ho was entangling him. Now it was Demon Venerable Luo Ho who wanted to return. After Yi Shiwen entered the human unification and erupted his strength, Demon Venerable Luo Ho felt it almost immediately. He naturally understood how terrifying an expert of this level was. What he understood, the Middle Celestial Venerable naturally also understood and wouldn't let him succeed. However, if Demon Venerable Luo Ho wanted to return desperately, the Middle Celestial Venerable might not be able to delay him for long. Therefore, there wasn't much time left for him. Boom! Yi Shiwen suddenly stomped on the ground, and his figure instantly flew out. His speed was so fast that it shattered the entire epic space. He was like a Tyrannosaurus that was advancing at full speed and directly caught up with the supreme body in front of him. Rip! Almost with a ripping sound, a terrifying scene happened. Yi Shiwen's hands glowed with the light of martial arts law. He directly tore apart the absolute domain and core of the physical venerable. All the materialized world was torn into nothingness. It was not a divine ability, nor was it a law. It was just a terrifying power that was able to achieve such a shocking scene. At the same time, Yi Shiwen had already arrived in front of the physical venerable. The seventh metal ancestral chi in his hand transformed into a long blade and fiercely slashed towards the physical venerable. Stop! At this time, the destructive stone venerable finally reacted. The scene just now seemed to have taken a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. It was just that Yi Shiwen's performance was too terrifying, and it shocked everyone. Yi Shiwen didn't even turn his head. Instead, the revered martial seal that was rotating above his head suddenly flew out. It rose against the wind and transformed into a huge divine mountain. Then the mountain fiercely pressed down towards the destructive stone statue. It wasn't to kill the destructive stone venerable, but just to stop him. At this time, among the three people, the Moon City Lord was seriously injured and couldn't come to support immediately. The destructive stone venerable was also blocked by the martial venerable seal. Only the physical venerable was left to fight against Yi Shiwen. The physical venerable was forced into a dead end, but he wasn't discouraged at all. On the contrary, his hostility was really forced out. He roared and grinned. He held the long spear in his other hand and faced Yi Shiwen's spear head-on. He wanted to catch Yi Shiwen off guard. You want to kill me? I will kill you first. However, Yi Shiwen didn't move, and the seventh metal long blade in his hand slashed down. Bang! There was a loud roar, and the long blade slashed on the long spear. Two peerless weapons broke out. The gap between the skills of the two sides was vividly reflected here at this time. Although the seventh metal ancestral chi was unparalleled in attack, the long spear in the hands of the physical venerable was not bad. It had drunk the blood of many strong enemies, but now a crack appeared in the long blade formed by the seventh metal ancestral chi. Buzz! There was a loud, buzzing sound, and the spear was trembling. The terrible power rushed to the body of the long spear, and it was trembling violently. Even the arms of the physical venerable were trembling. At this time, in terms of absolute skills, he had completely fallen into a disadvantage. The person who was being suppressed was replaced by him. Again, let me see how long you can last. The divine brilliance of the seventh metal ancestral chi in Yi Xuan's hand was more blazing, and it once again turned into a long blade and slashed down. Clang! 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 Countless blade shadows slashed down, and each slash made a loud sound. Each time, the cracks in the hands of the physical venerable increased. It was shaken by the violent power. Bang! Finally, the long spear in the hands of the physical venerable was shaken and flew out. He couldn't hold the long spear anymore, and his whole arm exploded. Puff! The physical venerable flew out upside down, and a mouthful of blood essence spurted out. Yi Xuan took a step forward and chased after him. The seventh metal long blade slashed out thousands of blade lights and directly slashed the body of the physical venerable. The Physique Supreme's body was already densely covered with cracks, but it finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed, and his soul got chopped by the gung metal blade. It got destroyed in an instant and died a tragic death at Yi Xuan's hands. Chapter 3695. Physique Supreme is dead. Demon Elder Scarlet Serpent, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was the first to discover this. In fact, it could be said that he was the first to react. His devil power erupted almost instinctively. Yi Xuan gave him an extremely dangerous feeling at this time. He hadn't felt this way for a very, very long time. In the demon realm, the only person who could make him feel this way, apart from those old farts in the past, was demon Lord Rahu. Yi Xuan gave him an even more dangerous feeling than demon Venerable Luo Ho, because demon Venerable Luo Ho wouldn't just kill him like this. A peak heavenly master wasn't a roadside cabbage. He was killed just like that. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to his head. He almost instinctively wanted to join the battle. But at this moment, Heavenly Talisman Immortal stepped out and blocked in front of him. If you want to go, you have to go through me first. When Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable said this, his mood was extremely carefree. Earlier, he was blocked by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, unable to advance or retreat. He was gritting his teeth in anger. But now, the situation was reversed in a short time. At this moment, Crimson Serpent Demon suddenly remembered that there was still Heavenly Talisman Immortal who was being watched by him. But now, the situation was reversed. He was immediately depressed. The spectating Heavenly Venerables also suddenly woke up. At first, they seemed to be a little numb from watching. They opened their eyes wide and didn't dare to miss a single thing. If they blinked, they might miss something very important. Now the facts had confirmed their guess. Yi Xuan had indeed killed a body supreme in a short period of time. That was a terrifying heavenly master of the physique cultivation era. He was a physique cultivator. It could be said that he was very difficult to kill. Since ancient times, there were people who wanted to kill a physique supreme, but they all failed. There was even a powerful heavenly master like Demon Venerable Luo Ho who wanted to kill a physique supreme, but in the end he failed and escaped. However, such a powerful heavenly master with legendary experience died in Yi Xuan's hands. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? This is simply going to turn the world upside down. 3 peak Empyreans. including the one he killed before. The fall of 3 peak Empyreans is enough to weaken 3 epics. Terrifying, too terrifying. No matter what the outcome of today's battle is, the name of Martial Exalt will probably resound through the many ancient eras. All the spectating heavenly venerables discussed amongst themselves. However, none of them were as shocked as the 2 heavenly venerables on the battlefield, especially the Moon City Lord, whose eyes were wide open. After all, he wasn't present when Yi Shiwen killed the Shadow Evil Venerable. Moreover, the Azure Heavenly Venerable was caught off guard and eventually lost to Yi Shiwen. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. But now he had seen it with his own eyes. Not only had the Supreme Physique not been caught off guard, but he had also not used any tricks at all. He had completely crushed the Supreme Physique purely with his own tyrannical strength. Strength, completely tyrannical strength. The destructive stone lord's red eyes became even more terrifying. He was also deeply shocked and felt Yi Shiwen's murderous intent even more. After Yi Shiwen killed the Supreme Physique, he kept it in his inner world, crushed it into blood essence, and poured it into the world tree. He could feel that his strength had increased to a terrifying level. The supreme ancestral symbol's efficiency had not reached its limit yet, and it could still be improved. I have to finish this battle quickly. Yi Shiwen felt that the cells in his body were being torn apart, and a terrifying power was wreaking havoc in them. While the supreme ancestral symbol gave him great strength, it also made him feel extremely dangerous at all times. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen moved again, and his target this time was the Moon City Lord. At this time, the Moon City Lord had just recovered from Yi Shiwen's series of attacks and had just recovered. At this time, Yi Shiwen had already pounced on him. The Moon City Lord's reaction was not slow either. He surrounded himself in layers of space, and an incomparably huge Moon City protected him within. However, it was once again broken by Yi Shiwen. It was different from the previous stalemate. This time, Yi Shiwen broke through the defense of the Moon City Lord. However, it was very easy to break through the defense. On his hands, the light of martial arts laws bloomed, and in an instant it was torn apart. It could not stop Yi Shiwen's advance at all. Seeing this scene, the Moon City Lord's pupils shrank slightly. Everyone said that Yi Shiwen had become stronger, but exactly how much stronger he had become could be seen from this question. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but Yi Shiwen would definitely not give him a chance to escape. He could only fight. At this time, he finally understood what the Supreme Physique was thinking. It was not that he did not want to escape, but that he could not escape. Yi Shiwen's aura surged and directly locked onto him. If he wanted to escape, it would be impossible for him to do so. Roar! The Moon City Lord was forced into a dead end, and he immediately erupted. Countless power of the moon swept into a frenzy, sweeping towards Yi Shiwen, blocking him. Yi Shiwen's performance made countless people's glasses fall to the ground. He simply did not even move, and directly rushed forward, smashing the power of the moon into nothingness. Just like that, he rushed in front of the Moon City Lord. His full head of black hair was scattered on his shoulders, fluctuating along with his surging spiritual power. It was ostentatious and domineering. At the most critical moment, Yi Shiwen finally blasted out a punch. The fist intent soared into the sky, shaking the vast universe. The boundless era blasted towards the Moon City Lord. The Moon City Lord had no way to stop it at all. At this time, Yi Shiwen was already strong to the limit, and one punch penetrated all the Moon City Lord's defenses. Die! At the same time, the destructive stone venerable also made a move. He wanted to save the Moon City Lord. He also understood the principle of interdependence, but he obviously could not keep up with Yi Shiwen's speed. After his strength had skyrocketed, not only was his strength terrifyingly strong, but his speed had also increased to a level far beyond his previous level. Even the destructive stone venerable, who was in a higher realm than Yi Shiwen, could not catch up. He could only choose to besiege Yi Shiwen. Since he could not catch up, he simply did not chase after Yi Shiwen. He directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen. The destructive stone, Venerable, attacked with all his strength. The power of this attack was naturally imaginable. It formed a huge crack in the sky and swept towards Yi Shiwen at lightning speed. In the face of such an attack, Yi Shiwen did not dodge at all. He let this terrifying attack, which was wrapped in stone chi, hit Yi Shiwen's body. The destructive stone Venerable had underestimated Yi Shiwen. He thought that Yi Shiwen would definitely turn around to rescue him. If it was the Yi Shiwen from before, this would definitely be the right thing to do. However, the current Yi Shiwen forcibly endured this attack. The stone chi spread to Yi Shiwen's body, and in an instant Yi Shiwen was petrified. The destructive stone Venerable's face showed a hint of joy. He had finally stopped Yi Shiwen, and even made Yi Shiwen forcibly endure his attack. However, the proud expression on his face only lasted for a few seconds, and then it froze. This was because Yi Shiwen, who had been petrified, moved. It was just a slight shake, and the stone chi that had spread to Yi Shiwen's body had dissipated completely. It could not pose any threat to Yi Shiwen at all. Yi Shiwen's body swayed in a strange pattern, and he had completely resolved the destructive stone Venerable's attack. Everyone was stunned. Yi Shiwen had to deal with the destructive stone Venerable's attack with all his strength before, but now he could resolve it so easily. This. Many celestial masters could only say this, they could not even say a word. They were frightened by Yi Shiwen's terrifying way of confrontation. How did he do this? Asked a celestial master with widened eyes. For Yi Shiwen, he had easily blocked the destructive stone Venerable's attack, but for the Moon City Lord it was a nightmare. Yi Shiwen's fist energy swept across the sky and directly hit his body. Boom! The Moon City Lord's body was blasted into pieces again. Now he could not even do basic resistance. His physical body was shattered again, and the Moon City Lord's spirit was revealed. Yi Shiwen took a step forward again, and the Moon City Lord's spirit was blasted into pieces with a punch. The Moon City Lord had fallen. Many celestial masters had already guessed that this might be the next result. After all, the previous body Venerable did not last long, but they could not help but be shocked when they saw it for themselves. After all, Yi Shiwen's attack speed was too fast, and the speed at which he killed was too fast. It did not seem like he was killing a peak celestial master. It was like he was casually cutting cabbages on the roadside, and he killed them casually. There were a total of 5 peak heavenly masters. However, 3 of them had died in Yi Shiwen's hands in a short period of time. All of them had died in Yi Shiwen's hands. Only Lord Destructive Stone and Lord Scarlet Serpent were left. The Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerable was delayed by the Heaven Talisman Immortal because he did not participate. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. Now, no one believed that the Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerable and the others were Yi Shiwen's opponents. The only mystery was how long they could last. This traitor is finally dead, Yi Shiwen said faintly. He did not feel the slightest bit excited after killing the Moon City Lord, but the surging spiritual power in his body continued to rise. It's your turn next. Are you ready? Yi Shiwen looked at the destructive stone Venerable, his eyes still burning with fighting spirit. Chapter 3696. The Annihilation Stone Venerable immediately felt a terrifying sense of crisis sweeping through his entire body like a tide. It was as if he was being stared at by the most dangerous, ominous beast. Originally, Yi Shiwen didn't target him, so he didn't feel that it was scary. But now, when Yi Shiwen beheaded the other 2 people, this scary feeling suddenly emerged. Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly at his strongest at this time. He instantly retreated millions of miles, wanting to escape, but his combat power had soared to a limit at this time. You want to leave at this time? It's too late. Yi Shiwen's cold voice came over. The destructive stone Venerate shuddered, and countless strands of stone chi spread out from his body, forming a world of stone chi that protected him. Just as he evolved the stone chi world, he saw that Yi Shiwen had already appeared in front of him. Fast! 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 Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. Almost in an instant, he had already rushed in front of the destructive Stone Elder. The Stone Chi world released by the destructive Stone Elder was destroyed by Yi Shiwen in an instant. He didn't need to use magical power to resolve it at all. Just by relying on his terrifying speed, everything could be destroyed. The speed law evolved to the extreme at this time, turning into a terrifying attack. The defense that the destructive Stone Elder had just set up was already shattered. It couldn't stop Yi Shiwen's advancement at all. In just an instant, it had already collapsed. However, he was unwilling to give up like this. Countless stone chi was condensed and turned into millions of stone soldiers, rushing in the direction of the destructive Stone Elder. Want to stop me? 3,000 martial arts incarnations. Yi Shiwen's body swayed slightly and directly transformed 3,000 martial arts incarnations, and then attacked in all directions. The millions of stone soldiers couldn't get close to Yi Shiwen at all. With Yi Shiwen's current means, whether it was a group battle or a one-on-one battle, there was nothing to be afraid of. The destructive Stone Elder's face changed several times in an instant. Yi Shiwen's performance was too strong, and he didn't dare to fight back. At the same time, he also knew that Yi Shiwen was so terrifying because he had entered the state of human conformity. Otherwise, there was still hope for him to protect himself. Therefore, he could only continue to avoid the fight. He didn't dare to fight directly with Yi Shiwen, and Yi Shiwen also understood this. He wouldn't let his plan succeed. The long blade formed from the Gingjin ancestral chi in his hand swept out fiercely, turning into a huge golden waterfall that slashed the sky and the earth apart, directly chopping down towards the Stone Lord of Destruction. Boom! As the waterfall slashed down, violent explosions could be heard everywhere in the world. Shockwaves from the violent explosions swept out everywhere, locking onto the Annihilation Stone Venerable in an instant, making it impossible for him to escape. Then the waterfall slashed down on the Annihilation Stone Venerable. Boundless divine radiance filled the space between the heavens and the earth, making it impossible for anyone to clearly see what exactly had been discovered. When the crowd was able to see a little more clearly, they saw that the destructive Stone Venerable did not explode as many people had imagined. On the contrary, he put his palms together and forcefully received the attack. Not only was there the laws of the way of the stone around him, but there was also another type of law that should not have appeared on him. The laws of destruction. This was a terrifying law that possessed the power of destruction. This law had been born for the sake of destruction since its inception. As long as it existed, it would be on the list of its targets to destroy. The Annihilation Stone Venerable actually possessed the laws of destruction. This was simply beyond everyone's imagination. The Stone Tool era that the Annihilation Stone Venerable lived in was purely an era of the Stone Path. All martial arts techniques and everything else were related to the Stone Path. However, the laws of destruction had appeared on his body now. This was a law that was completely different from the Stone Path laws, yet it had appeared on his body. This was a law and a trump card that he had never displayed before. At this time, everyone recalled the cold, destructive intent of the Annihilation Stone Venerable's title. This was the laws of destruction. It didn't mean to destroy everything, but it meant the laws of destruction that he cultivated. For the heavenly venerables of other eras, cultivating one more law was also very magical, but it wasn't impossible. It was common knowledge that there were thousands of laws in the world. Even the performance of the same law in different eras was completely different. It was already very difficult to cultivate one law to the extreme. Cultivating several laws at the same time was undoubtedly a way of delaying oneself. Even someone as strong as Yi Shiwen, who cultivated 3,000 martial arts at the same time with the help of the mysterious space, actually only focused on some of them. The others were cultivated at the same time. It couldn't be considered as cultivating all of them at the same time. Prioritizing. It wasn't that Yi Shiwen couldn't cultivate. It was purely because he didn't have so much energy and wealth to cultivate at the same time. Even Yi Shiwen had no choice but to do so, let alone others. The Annihilation Stone Venerable, in addition to consuming too much energy and possibly conflicting with the great path that he cultivated at the same time, was most importantly an era that purely cultivated the stone path. This was far inferior to the martial path era, which was an era where complex laws existed at the same time. Therefore, no one expected that the Annihilation Stone Venerable actually had such a trick up his sleeve. No one had expected it to be able to block Yi Shiwen's attack. Even Yi Shiwen hadn't expected the Annihilation Stone Venerable to have such an ability. The laws of destruction are profound. They aren't inferior to the stone path laws at all. Yi Shiwen withdrew the Gengjin ancestral qi and said faintly, "It was normal for a celestial master to cultivate several laws at the same time. However, it was very rare for two laws to be cultivated to the extreme. In other words, it was simply impossible. Yi Shiwen had separated the cultivation of Sword Dao from his own martial Dao, and had transformed it into a martial Dao incarnation. However, the cultivation of Venerable Sword and Venerable Yi Shiwen were worlds apart. In fact, they weren't even on the same level. The Annihilation Stone Venerable finally breathed a sigh of relief after dodging this fatal blow. He said, "This secret of mine has never been exposed. I didn't expect you to force me to this point. I'm actually not a creature of the Stone Age. Instead, I'm a willpower born from the laws of destruction. Later, I reincarnated into the Stone Age by chance. Finally, I have the cultivation I have today. No one has ever forced me to this point. You are the first." The Annihilation Stone Venerable's laws of destruction began to emerge and completely integrated with his stone path laws. Obviously, this wasn't the first time he had done this. After the two laws were integrated together, his strength had increased a lot. Obviously, this was his trump card. Among these peak celestial masters, the Annihilation Stone Venerable, who wasn't considered too outstanding, was the strongest. "You have forced me to this point. Only death awaits you. I don't even need to make a move. As long as the time is up, you will die." The Annihilation Stone Venerable crossed his arms and looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. He had absolute confidence that he could exhaust Yi Shiwen to death. He might not be Yi Shiwen's opponent in this state, but he was confident that he could protect himself. As long as he could protect himself, he didn't necessarily have to die. "I'm surprised that you have such a trump card. However, if you think that you can drag me to death like this, then you are gravely mistaken." Yi Shiwen sneered. Then he took a step forward and instantly rushed in front of the Annihilation Stone Venerable. The martial Venerable seal suddenly flew out of his head. The big hand holding the martial Venerable seal seemed to expand against the wind. It grew bigger and bigger, and then smashed towards the Annihilation Stone Venerable. Rumble. Wherever the martial Venerable seal passed, the entire world was torn apart. The terrifying scene of atoms being blown to pieces could be seen everywhere. After the Annihilation Stone Venerable had improved his cultivation, Yi Shiwen's attacks had also become more targeted. They had become even more terrifying. A blood-red color appeared on his body. That was the scene of all the blood vessels in his body exploding. Previously, Yi Shiwen had been suppressing the supreme ancestral symbol's energy in his body. That was because the eruption of the supreme ancestral symbol's energy wasn't a good thing for him. However, now that the Annihilation Stone Venerable's strength had improved after integrating with the Annihilation Law, he couldn't hold back anymore. What? He's still hiding his strength? A celestial master exclaimed. This was because Yi Shiwen hadn't reached his limit yet. How much more could he break through when he was in the state of human-one unification? This was simply unbelievable. The Annihilation Stone Venerable also opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect that Yi Shiwen still had such an ability and was hiding such strength. Almost instantly, Yi Shiwen's attack had already arrived in front of the Annihilation Stone Venerable. The martial Venerable Seal was like a Taiwe sacred mountain that was about to suppress him. The Annihilation Stone Venerable struggled desperately. He wanted to break the suppression of the martial Venerable Seal. However, he couldn't do anything. In that instant, he was overwhelmed by Yi Shiwen's aura. He couldn't resist at all. Boom! The Annihilation Stone Venerable was directly hit. Whether it was the Annihilation Law or the Stone Tao Law, it couldn't stop Yi Shiwen's footsteps. It couldn't even resist a little. It was directly destroyed by Yi Shiwen with lightning speed. Then the martial Venerable Seal fell on the Annihilation Stone Venerable's body. The Annihilation Stone Venerable had already reached the peak of body cultivation. However, he was still blasted into pieces after being hit by the martial Venerable Seal. The spirit hidden within was also completely destroyed by Yi Shiwen's blade. Chapter 36:97. After killing the destructive Stone Lord, everyone's eyes fell on Crimson Serpent Demon. Out of the 5 heavenly venerables that besieged Yi Shiwen, only Crimson Serpent Demon was left. The pressure on Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerable had increased a lot. It could be said that there were 5 of them against Yi Shiwen and Heaven Talisman Immortal at the beginning, but now it had become 1 against 2. This kind of one-sided pressure instantly increased to the limit. Crimson Serpent Demon finally reacted to being surrounded by Yi Shiwen and Heaven Talisman Immortal. He had already reacted, but there was no way to escape. Heaven Talisman Immortal had already taken the initiative to block all his escape routes. Originally, he came to restrain Heaven Talisman Immortal, but now the situation was completely reversed. He was being restrained by Heaven Talisman Immortal. At this moment, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Yi Shiwen also turned his eyes to Crimson Serpent Demon. His injuries had worsened further. Killing the destructive Stone Lord had worsened his injuries. Fortunately, so far, it was still within his control. After his cultivation advanced to the peak of the 8th realm, all aspects of his abilities had improved significantly. The Scarlet Serpent Demon Lord instantly erupted. His entire body ignited with blood-colored magic power. The blazing radiance filled up the entire era. It was as if he had turned into a blood-colored frenzy as he fled into the distance. "You're only trying to escape now," Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable shouted. She was already prepared. Countless law talismans erupted in an instant, turning into law chains that formed a huge net of law chains that trapped Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerable within. Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerable's movement was stopped and his speed was directly slowed down. However, Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable had underestimated Scarlet Serpent Demon Venerable's determination to escape. After being left alone, he quickly understood his situation. If he couldn't escape, the outcome that awaited him wouldn't be any better than others. Heaven Talisman Immortal's giant net formed by the law of talismans couldn't stop him. He directly broke through the net and escaped. However, Yi Shiwen had already arrived in the split second when he was being delayed. "Emperor trampling the world," Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. Then his foot ferociously stomped down like a huge mountain. His target was right in front of the Scarlet Serpent Demon Elder. Boom! Yi Shiwen's big foot trampled a huge hole in the intersection of this era. Endless chaos rushed out of it. It was trampled out by Yi Shiwen. The Crimson Serpent Demon Venerable stopped in his tracks in front of this incomparably huge hole. He looked at the huge hole with a gloomy expression. If he had reacted just a little slower, he would have been stepped on. If that had happened, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And this was merely a casual step of Yi Shiwen's. However, it was already no less than a full-strength strike from Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't know when this person, who he had never taken seriously, had grown to such an extent, from being able to kill him casually to being able to kill him now. Behind him, Yi Shiwen walked step by step. He seemed slow, but was actually fast. In an instant, he had already traveled through time and space. He arrived in front of the crimson serpent demon elder and looked at him coldly. The killing intent in Yi Shiwen's eyes was boiling and overflowing. Previously, when he and the Moon City Lord were both injured, the Crimson Serpent Demon Elder had almost caught up and killed him. Now, the Crimson Serpent Demon Elder and the Moon City Lord had found people to besiege him. It could even be said that if it wasn't for his good luck, he would have died in the hands of the Crimson Serpent Demon Elder. Such a trusted enemy was also a peak heavenly master in the demon era. One could imagine the killing intent in the Crimson Serpent Demon Elder's heart. Now that the Moon City Lord had been killed, only the Crimson Serpent Demon Elder was left. Marshal Venerable, how dare you kill him? Demon Venerable Luo Ho's roar came from afar. Although he was far away, the Demon Venerable Luo Ho still managed to find a way to find out about the situation here. Things that were originally in the bag turned out to be like this. No one could have imagined that Yi Shiwen would obtain the final victory. Not only did he win, but he even killed the other heavenly masters, leaving only the Crimson Serpent Demon Elder. The Demon Venerable Luo Ho's voice was full of threats. However, Yi Shiwen only sneered and ignored him. He looked at the Crimson Serpent Demon Elder and said with a faint smile, "Why? Do you think you can escape?" Soon, the Middle Heavenly Master's voice came from afar. "Demon Venerable Luo Ho, if you want to return, you have to ask me if I'm willing." Then, another shocking battle ensued. The Crimson Serpent Demon Elder's eyes were cold. He just looked at Yi Shiwen. His eyes seemed to be able to freeze everything. At this moment, he also understood that it was impossible for him to escape from Yi Shiwen. In the distance, the Demon Venerable Luo Ho was also held up by the Middle Heavenly Master. It was impossible for him to help him. In that case, he could only fight with Yi Shiwen. If that's the case, then let's fight. At this moment, the Crimson Serpent Demon Elder still displayed his demeanor as the supreme of the demon era. He didn't just blindly escape. In a situation where he couldn't avoid, he still displayed the demeanor of fighting to the death in the past. "Very well. You are qualified to be killed by me like this." The Crimson Serpent Demon Elder was ferocious, but Yi Shiwen was obviously even more ferocious. Facing the Crimson Serpent Demon Elder, Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. Boom! The Crimson Serpent Demon Elder didn't say much. His opponent grabbed towards the void. It was almost as if he had the power to pick up mountains and rivers. The chaos was torn apart, and a divine mountain was pulled out from it. Using the divine mountain as a weapon, he smashed it towards Yi Shiwen. At this moment, the aura of heaven and earth was in disorder. The entire era was trembling. Countless divine lights were blazing, and magic was rampaging. Come on. Yi Shiwen didn't retreat at all. He took a step forward like a rising dragon and descending phoenix. He directly rushed towards the Crimson Serpent Demon Elder. In the endless divine brilliance, he twisted his body and flew up into the sky. He kicked out in the sky. It was domineering and unstoppable. Bang! A loud explosion was heard as Yi Shiwen's foot landed on the top of the divine mountain. Suddenly, the entire divine mountain was kicked into powder by Yi Shiwen. At this moment, a blood-red long whip appeared in the hand of the Crimson Serpent Demon Elder. It was like a blood-red demonic dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. He used his extreme strength for such an opportunity. He wanted to create such an opportunity. Yi Shiwen held the gunmetal long blade in his hand and suddenly burst out. The long blade fought against the blood-red long whip. Clang! A loud roar was accompanied by a burst of flesh and blood. The crimson serpent demon elder retreated repeatedly. The muscles of his entire arm had burst open. His expression was incomparably dignified. Although he had already guessed Yi Shiwen's strength, he couldn't truly understand how terrifying Yi Shiwen had become if he didn't personally participate in the battle. Most importantly, Yi Shiwen's cultivation in the path of physique cultivation had reached the pinnacle. Even the destructive stone venerable and the physique venerable suffered a great loss when they fought against Yi Shiwen in this aspect, let alone the crimson serpent demon elder. He was surprised, but at the same time, these were all within his expectations. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Yi Shiwen didn't give the crimson serpent demon elder a chance to breathe. He held the gung metal long blade in his hand and instantly launched a crazy attack on the crimson serpent demon elder. This series of attacks was like a storm. It was so oppressive that it made people feel suffocated. The crimson serpent demon elder also did his best to resist desperately. At this moment, he was forced into a desperate situation by Yi Shiwen. He didn't hide anything and attacked crazily. On the side, the heavenly talisman Immortal Venerable didn't make a move. Although she hated the crimson serpent demon elder to the bone, she also knew that her strength was actually on par with the crimson serpent demon elder. If she attacked, it was hard to say whether she could defeat the crimson serpent demon elder. Therefore, she only watched and didn't make a move. She was guarding against the crimson serpent demon elder escaping and others joining the battle. Although she didn't have an overwhelming advantage over other peak heavenly venerables, she was more than enough to deter those heavenly venerables who wanted to take advantage of the situation. After all, she was also a peak great heavenly venerable. She was an outstanding person and a pillar in countless ancient eras. The crimson serpent demon elder waved the blood-colored long whip. Countless demonic patterns emerged, forming one array after another to enhance the power of his long whip. This was the power of a heavenly, venerable Tao tool. Even Tao tools couldn't achieve this level. It was really terrifying to the extreme. But even so, he was helpless in the face of Yi Shiwen. The big handprint that Yi Shiwen casually suppressed contained thousands of terrifying law talismans. It had unimaginable power. It could easily break his offensive and law talismans. Although the crimson serpent demon elder tried his best to resist, the combat power of both sides was obviously a level apart. Under such circumstances, even if he tried his best, he could only fight and retreat. He was not a match for Yi Shiwen at all. The crimson serpent demon elder was retreating step by step. His body kept exploding and turning into masses of blood mist. Bang! Finally, after the crimson serpent demon elder resisted Yi Shiwen's giant handprint, his body exploded on the spot. Even his spirit was severely injured. How could Yi Shiwen let go of such a good opportunity? The gung metal blade in his hand instantly attacked and killed the crimson serpent demon elder with one slash. The crimson serpent demon elder only let out a scream before he died in Yi Shiwen's hands. At this moment, a figure swept over from afar with a great momentum. Who else could it be if not Demon Venerable Luo Ho? At this moment, Demon Venerable Luo Ho stared at Yi Shiwen and said, "You actually dared to kill him." Chapter 3698. Demon Venerable Luhu exuded a terrifying aura. It was extremely dangerous, causing the entire era to tremble along with his rapid breathing. Many celestial venerables who were watching could sense an extremely dangerous aura from Demon Venerable Luhu. The entire era was in a state of extreme danger because of his anger. This made many people feel it in their hearts. Demon Venerable Luhu's killing intent wasn't concealed at all. Demon Venerable Luhu had said that this battle was the idea of the city, Lord of Moon City, and Demon Venerable Scarlet Serpent. However, it was absolutely impossible for someone like Demon Venerable Luhu to gather so many peak heavenly venerables. Yi Shiwen had killed demon Venerable Luoho's incarnation, but that was a small matter. It was just an incarnation. Killing it was nothing. There was no need to risk his life to kill such a powerful heavenly venerable, because the price he had to pay was too high. Otherwise, shouldn't the first target be the middle heavenly venerable, the fortune god dynasty's deputy emperor? Logically, the ancient era and the fortune god dynasty were mortal enemies. The middle heavenly venerable was the deputy emperor of the fortune god dynasty. He was the fortune god dynasty's deputy emperor of the same age and was the supreme ruler of the fortune world. Logically speaking, if he appeared in this place filled with ancient era's experts, he should be quickly surrounded and killed. However, there weren't many people who were willing to make a move. That was a peak heavenly venerable. How much price would they have to pay to surround and kill him? No one was willing to pay such a price and be taken advantage of by others. Moreover, if they really angered the fortune god dynasty, even if they couldn't destroy all of the ancient eras, destroying one of them wouldn't be a problem. Who would dare to stand out at this time? These people had their own selfish motives and weren't willing to join forces. However, demon Venerable Luoho had seen through them. Yi Shiwen's threat was too great. In time to come, there would be another middle heavenly venerable. Even if he wasn't a middle heavenly venerable, he would at least be able to solidify the title of Eastern heavenly venerable. The fortune god dynasty would have another peak expert. This was the reason why he had gathered so many peak Empyreans. At his current level, it could be said that he was only half a step away from reaching that realm. His focus wasn't just on treasures, but on the development of the demonic path era. Clearly, in this epoch before the Great Apocalypse, the martial epoch and their ancient epoch had been in a constant state of decline. If the martial epoch was stronger, then the ancient epoch, including the demonic epoch, would be weaker. However, he never expected that Yi Shiwen would not only pose a threat to them in the future, but he had already posed a threat now. The fall of 5 peak celestial masters could be easily guessed. This would involve the turmoil of several eras. These were things that he hadn't thought of when he made this plan. Yi Shiwen's growth rate was far beyond his imagination. Even if he felt that he had overestimated Yi Shiwen and found several peak celestial masters, he still failed in the end. Most importantly, the death of the other peak heavenly venerables was one thing, but the death of the Scarlet Serpent Archdevil was the true loss of the Devil Path epoch. The Devil Path epoch hadn't suffered such a huge loss even when they had seized the Moon City from the Fortune Divine Dynasty and organized the Battle of Moon City. Now, they had suffered losses because of Yi Shiwen. Not only did the Scarlet Serpent Archdevil lose, but also the Moon City Lord, the newly promoted peak Heavenly Venerables. All of them had died here. He couldn't help but feel like his heart was dripping blood. He didn't even know how many of such experts there were in the demonic path epoch. Yet they had all died here. There wasn't any large-scale operation, and they had died in such a meaningless manner. Yet the target they had besieged, Yi Shiwen, was fine. The Scarlet Serpent Archdevil wanted to vomit blood just thinking about it. This was the Devil Path epoch, an era with a deep foundation. If it had been an ordinary era, losing a peak heavenly venerate might not have such a powerful figure to oversee it. So what if I killed them? Yi Shiwen looked coldly at Demon Venerable Luoho. In fact, Demon Venerable Luoho was very strong, but he was completely different from back then. Back then, just to kill an incarnation of Demon Venerable Luoho, he had already done his best. Now he was fearless even when facing Demon Venerable Luoho. Then I'll kill you. Demon Venerable Luoho's eyes emitted an extremely dangerous aura, and he was about to attack. In the distance, the figure of the middle heavenly venerable was getting closer and closer. In just a moment, he had already reached Yi Shiwen's side. However, he didn't look very good, and he even looked a little embarrassed. Clearly, he had suffered some losses when fighting with Demon Venerable Luoho just now. That was why Demon Venerable Luoho had broken away to find trouble with Yi Shiwen. For a top expert like him, this was simply a great shame. Demon Venerable Luo Ho had paid a huge price to break away. Kill him? Did you ask me? Said the middle Heavenly Venerable. Kill me. Right now, Demon Venerable Luo Ho probably doesn't know what kind of situation he is in. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, Does he still think he can completely defeat us now? Right now, we should be discussing whether we should kill him or not. As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, Demon Venerable Luo Ho suddenly realized that he was already surrounded by Yi Shiwen, the Middle Heavenly Venerable, and the Heaven Talisman Immortal, especially the Heaven Talisman Immortal. He didn't know when he had blocked his escape route. The three of them formed a triangular formation and surrounded him. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He finally realized how dangerous the situation he was in right now was. It should be known that among the three of them, none of them were ordinary people. The strongest among them was the Middle Heavenly Venerable, who was already not inferior to him. The Heaven Talisman Immortal was also a genuine, peak, Heavenly Venerable. Even if Yi Shiwen had withdrawn from the state of human convergence, his combat power was still at the level of a peak Heavenly Venerable. The three experts surrounded him. At this moment, he understood the situation when Yi Shiwen was surrounded and what kind of mood he was in. That's right, ha ha ha, he still doesn't know what kind of situation he is in. The Middle Heavenly Venerable laughed loudly. The three of them almost didn't need to communicate. They quietly surrounded Demon Venerable Luo Ho. Middle Heavenly Venerable, you dare to kill me? Demon Venerable Luo Ho sneered and said, Can you stop me if I want to leave? Cut the crap. You will know if I can stop you or not. Yi Shiwen said. At this moment, his skin began to crack, and the dense cracks began to get bigger and bigger. He had killed so many experts in a row. Even if he didn't delay much time and tried to save as much time as possible, it still took a lot of time. At this moment, he was almost at his limit. There wasn't much time left. After a while, he could only withdraw from the state of human convergence. He could only kill Demon Venerable Luo Ho during this period of time. Boom! Yi Shiwen's body instantly erupted with terrifying magical power. Endless power erupted in an instant. Countless talisman puppets transformed into a terrifying energy tide and directly swept towards Demon Venerable Luo Ho. Demon Venerable Luo Ho couldn't help but look a little solemn in the face of this terrifying energy tide that swept towards Yi Shiwen. A demonic saber appeared in his hand. Countless magic condensed around the demonic saber and directly slashed towards Yi Shiwen's energy tide. The demonic saber easily slashed the sweeping talisman energy tide into nothingness. Yi Shiwen's eyes narrowed slightly. This casual slash could reflect the difference between Demon Venerable Luo Ho and other peak Heavenly Venerables. If it was Qi Lian Demon Venerable and the others, they would have to use all their strength to block it. However, Demon Venerable Luo Ho blocked it with just a casual slash. His skills were clearly more tyrannical than Qi Lian Demon Venerable. He was a true invincible expert among Heavenly Venerables. Unless it was an old monster of half-step sovereign, otherwise no one could pose a huge threat to an expert of this level. On the other side, Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable had already launched an attack. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she pinched a seal. An incomparably huge talisman appeared in front of her. Then a pen appeared in her hand, and she began to write a huge suppress character on it. This talisman grew bigger and bigger, almost expanding in the wind. It turned into a huge cage and suppressed Demon Venerable Luo Ho. Humph! Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable, so many years have passed. You haven't made much progress. But I'm completely different from before. Demon Venerable Luo Ho sneered and unscrupulously attacked Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable. After the long saber in his hand slashed through Yi Shiwen's energy tide, it almost instantly slashed towards Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable in the opposite direction. The huge talisman cage was completely destroyed by this slash. In just a moment, it was completely slashed in half. This slash was casual and didn't carry a trace of smoke or fire. It didn't seem like an ordinary blade technique. It was a true technique that was close to the path. In this aspect, Demon Venerable Luo Ho had really reached the extreme. Humph. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable snorted coldly and didn't say anything. In front of her, thousands of talismans were completely formed, and all of them turned into a terrifying attack that swept towards Demon Venerable Luo Ho. Every talisman had a huge Tao character written on it. The Tao character was the manifestation of the power of the Great Path. Every Tao character contained terrifying power, and now it was completely swept away. Demon Venerable Luo Ho also slashed with his saber, splitting into countless saber shadows that went against every Tao character. Demon Venerable Luo Ho, take this! Middle Heavenly Venerable also joined the battle. He instantly rushed in front of Demon Venerable Luo Ho and manifested the law of time, boosting his speed to the limit and turning it into a terrifying attack. Chapter 3699. Three Supremes besieged Demon Venerate Luo Ho. One could imagine how earth-shattering this scene was. The entire era began to rumble and even faintly showed signs of collapsing. It was impossible for several peak heavenly venerates to destroy an era that was still alive. However, there was simply no way to compare an era that was still alive with an era that had already perished. Unable to withstand the continuous attacks of so many peak heavenly venerates, this place was on the verge of collapsing. However, every time this happened, there would be an inexplicable power in this era that would maintain this collapsing trend and restore it. Everyone present was a heavenly venerate, so they could naturally sense that there was a nomological power repairing the collapsing era. Based on the situation of this nomological power, it was not difficult for them to guess that it was related to Saint Absolute Sky. The earth-shattering battle between the three broke out, and Demon Venerable Luo Ho was also suppressed by the attacks of the three. However, the three of them couldn't injure Demon Venerable Luo Ho completely. They could only suppress Demon Venerable Luo Ho completely. The strength of a middle heavenly venerable was naturally invincible. His figure appeared in every corner, and his speed was also extremely fast. He was really carefree. He also had all kinds of attack techniques at his fingertips. Although he mainly cultivated the speed law and even advanced to the time law, it didn't mean that he didn't know anything about other laws. In fact, he even had a deep understanding of other laws. He also had all kinds of martial arts and supernatural powers at his fingertips, and all of them were very powerful. Heaven Talisman Immortal's understanding of the talisman Tao had also reached great heights. In the current era, even the talisman Tao era had been destroyed. Apart from the legendary talisman ancestor, she was the number one person in the talisman Tao. In terms of understanding of the great Tao, she wasn't inferior to Demon Venerable Luo Ho. The only difference was in terms of skills. Yi Shiwen also unknowingly withdrew from the state of human convergence. Otherwise, the three of them could really injure Demon Venerable Luo Ho if they joined forces. However, they would also have to pay a huge price. After all, such a battle would also have a very serious backlash on his body. This was the power of the supreme ancestral symbol. Although it seemed very strong, it wasn't his own power after all. This made Yi Shiwen even more eager to improve his strength. If he could improve further, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Middle Heavenly Masters and even surpass them. If this kind of battle continued, it might take hundreds or even thousands of years before a victor could be determined. This was the norm, unless one side had an absolute advantage. However, whether it was Yi Shiwen, Senior Heavenly Talisman Immortal, or the Middle Heavenly Venerable, all of them were very patient. However, the Devil Path era wasn't going to be easy to deal with. It was likely that some experts would arrive soon. They wouldn't allow Demon Venerable Luo Ho to perish in the hands of Yi Shiwen and the others. Yi Shiwen had already killed Demon Venerable Qilian, So, how could he allow demon Venerable Luoho, the leader of the Devil era, to perish here? Archdevil ancestor Raha's status in the Devil Path era was similar to the Middle Heavenly Venerate's status in the Fortune Divine Dynasty. No matter how many Heavenly Venerates fought with the Middle Heavenly Venerates, they would spontaneously protect the Middle Heavenly Venerate at this time. It was precisely because he knew this that Demon Venerable Luo was particularly confident. Even if he went all out, the Middle Heavenly Venerate and the others wouldn't be able to kill him. However, he was currently in a very difficult situation. He was constantly at a disadvantage under the joint attack of the three. The three of them were extremely powerful in their own domains. Among them, the one who caused him the most trouble was the elusive Middle Heavenly Venerate. However, the one who posed the real threat was Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's rampage was incomparably tyrannical. Although it wasn't enough to seriously injure him, it was still very uncomfortable. Violent spiritual power poured into his body. It was fine if it was one-on-one. As long as he dealt with it carefully, it wouldn't pose a fatal threat to him. However, with the cooperation of the other two, Yi Shiwen's offensive was magnified to the maximum. In particular, the seventh metal ancestral chi in his hand could injure him. If he wasn't careful, he would be seriously injured. Finally, both sides fought for an unknown amount of time. When the spectating Heavenly Venerates were scared witless, Yi Shiwen finally found a breakthrough. He slashed Demon Venerable Luo with the seventh metal ancestral chi. He truly broke Demon Venerable Luo's defense and slashed a huge crack on his body. Blood splashed out. This was the first time that Yi Shiwen was able to injure Demon Venerable Luo. No matter how he attacked before, he couldn't injure Demon Venerable Luo with his cultivation. Demon Venerable Luo's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that he was actually injured by Yi Shiwen. No matter how many reasons he gave, Yi Shiwen had the help of the other two. However, there was one thing that he couldn't deny. That was that Yi Shiwen's realm was far inferior to his. Yi Shiwen was only at the peak of the 8th realm. Demon Venerable Luo had long surpassed the peak of the 9th realm. Between Heavenly Venerates, the difference of one realm was often like the difference between heaven and earth. Even so, Yi Shiwen still injured him. How could he not be shocked by such an ability? Good, let's take him down in one go. The Middle Heavenly Venerable laughed when he saw this. The speed law around him boiled and turned into a terrifying attack that swept towards Demon Venerable Luo like a tidal wave. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He simply wouldn't give his mortal enemy any chance to breathe. Damn it! Demon Venerable Luo retreated continuously. He was in an even more sorry state. The injury this time was completely beyond his expectations. He didn't expect to be seriously injured. Although he was besieged, he was confident that he could protect himself for a short period of time. He could hold on until the other experts of the Demon Dao era arrived. It was just like how Yi Shiwen was besieged previously. However, in reality, that was nothing. However, the other three wouldn't give him any chance to escape. They still formed a triangle and surrounded him. Every one of them was an expert. None of them could be considered a weakness, especially when he was injured. However, at this moment, the entire era began to shake. The entire space was shaking. All the Heavenly Venerables felt this sudden change. Even the three people besieging Demon Venerable Luo were forced to stop. This finally gave Demon Venerable Luo a chance to breathe. He used this opportunity to cleanse the Gung Metal Ancestral Chi that Yi Shiwen had blasted into his body. The Gung Metal Ancestral Chi was too overbearing. Even with his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to cleanse it in a short period of time if he didn't use all his strength. Because of this, he was at a complete disadvantage. Not being able to cleanse the Gung Metal Ancestral Chi was a huge hidden danger. He could die without a burial place at any time. When he cleansed the Gung Metal Ancestral Chi, he looked up and was instantly shocked. The layers of space in the distance began to ripple like the surface of water. Endless divine radiance was emitted from the center of the ripples. At the center of the boundless divine radiance, an incomparably huge graveyard slowly appeared, and its appearance caused the entire graveyard to shake violently. It should be said that this era's graveyard was originally created to cover the traces of this graveyard. Now that this graveyard had suddenly appeared, it caused the formations and boundaries covering the era's graveyard to produce strong fluctuations. They were trying to resist the pull of some kind of power. Everyone could see that the power of countless principles was slowly pulling this graveyard out of the void under the control of a mysterious power. This is the grave of sage absolute heaven. Yi Shiwen murmured to himself and said, "It wasn't difficult to guess that such a huge graveyard, which was equivalent to an entire world, would appear in this era's graveyard. It could only be sage absolute heaven's graveyard." Yi Shiwen looked at the formations and boundaries that emerged. They were very profound. They even reached a realm that Yi Shiwen hadn't touched yet. It should be known that with his current cultivation, he could even see through the formations and boundaries laid down by peak heavenly venerables and understand the operating principles. However, he couldn't understand them now. There was only one possibility. It was laid down by a dominator-level expert. Middle heavenly venerables and heaven talisman immortal venerables also looked at this shocking scene. They had the same guess. Only the appearance of sage absolute heaven's graveyard could make them temporarily give up the opportunity to besiege demon venerables Luoho. Because they knew that it was not possible to kill demon venerables Luoho in a short time unless Yi Shiwen could maintain the state of human one for a long time. However, after a series of battles, Yi Shiwen had also reached his limit. Those old fellows actually succeeded. Demon venerables, Luoho muttered to himself. Even he was very shocked. Of course, he also knew about those old fellows besieging the martial epic's heavenly law. This matter wasn't a secret. After all, who could hide it from them? This matter even involved an old fellow from their demon epic. Naturally, he knew the inside story. However, he didn't think much of it. It was impossible to besiege and kill the heavenly law. Are you crazy? You're thinking too much. This was what he thought in his heart. Even with his cultivation, he felt that it was impossible to achieve such a mythical thing. It was completely unbelievable. Therefore, he only came to help because he couldn't refuse that old fellow. A dying person could do anything. It wasn't strange for them to do anything in order to survive. He didn't want to take it lightly. The real reason was that he wanted to see if it was possible. Anyone who hadn't reached that step and hadn't attained true immortality would face this scene sooner or later. However, he never expected that those old fellows actually managed to do it by gathering everyone's strength. Chapter 3700. What method did those old fellows use? I nearly overturned the entire epic graveyard in the past few days, but I couldn't find anything. How did they do it? Demon Venerate Luoho opened his eyes wide. Luoho found it incredible as well, and he even felt somewhat excited. Could it be that those old fellows' idea was not just wishful thinking, and it was actually possible to realize it? If that was the case, then it would undoubtedly be a beacon of light for those who came later, guiding them further down the path. Even if the martial epic was gone, they would still have a chance in the next epic. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could become half-step sovereigns before the next epic and stand on equal footing with those old fellows. However, Demon Venerate Luoho was still confident. After all, he was only a step away from it. Everyone turned their gazes towards the sky. There was an incomparably huge tomb that was the size of an entire world. Looking at it was incomparably shocking. However, this tomb was actually pulled out by an invisible force. Clearly, this wasn't the time for it to come out into the world. Yet it was forcefully brought out into the world. Many heavenly venerates reacted quickly and knew what it was. In just a moment, many strong heavenly venerates flew out from the layers of space and rushed towards the colossal graveyard. Although there were only a few experts from a few epochs who truly wanted to obtain the so-called inheritance left behind by sage absolute heaven, which contained a method to kill the heavenly Tao, it was mainly because there were such old monsters in those epochs that forced them to come and serve them. However, the others did not think so. Clearly, the few epochs had already fallen into a frenzy. Anyone who stood in their way at this time would undoubtedly be seeking death. Who could contend with such a force? Furthermore, many people wanted to learn this method. Although not everyone was like those old monsters, on the verge of death and reaching the end of their lifespans, everyone would have such a day. If they could learn it in advance, they could plan for many things. Furthermore, if they succeeded and caused the martial epoch to collapse, they would also be able to get a share of the epoch's end feast. Therefore, from this aspect, these heavenly venerables were also in the same camp as those old fellows. The only people who truly did not want them to succeed were the experts of the martial epoch. The martial epoch was the foundation of their survival. If it was destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the martial epoch ended, now would not be the time for them. Yi Shiwen looked at middle heavenly venerable and senior heavenly talisman. The three of them looked at each other and said, "Attack! We must not let them discover us first." The three of them made a decision almost immediately. Instead of continuing to beat up Demon Lord Luoho, it was more important for them to find the trick that Sage Absolute Heaven had mentioned. The three of them immediately flew in the direction of Sage Absolute Heaven's tomb. Seeing that the three of them had finally left, Demon Lord Rahu finally heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had expected this to happen, he was only truly safe after the three of them left. This time, it was extremely dangerous for him. He had never thought that he would almost die here. He had almost accidentally fallen into the encirclement of the three people. If ordinary heavenly venerables dared to encircle him, they would be courting death. However, these three were different. If they fought for a long time, they might even be able to kill him. Damn Martial Venerable, Middle Heavenly Venerable, and Senior Heavenly Talisman. I will repay this debt tenfold in the future, Demon Lord Rahu said through gritted teeth. However, he did not slow down and immediately chased after them. This time, the demonic epoch was determined to obtain the item left in the tomb. Yi Shiwen, Middle Heavenly Venerable, and Senior Heavenly Talisman moved very quickly. They could cross an ordinary world with one step. However, the strange thing was that no matter how they walked, they did not feel that they were getting closer to Sage Absolute Heaven's tomb. This was not only the case for Yi Shiwen and the other two. Even the heavenly venerables who arrived earlier and Demon Lord Rahu and the others who arrived later were the same. They seemed to be lingering within a certain distance. After escaping from the encirclement of Yi Shiwen and the other two, Demon Lord Rahu had already gathered a group of experts. They were the experts of the demonic epoch. More than 20 heavenly venerables were behind him. There was even a peak heavenly venerable expert among them. The demonic epoch did indeed have incredibly deep accumulations. Although it could not compare to the martial epoch, it far surpassed the other epochs. If a regular epoch suffered such a heavy blow, it would have collapsed long ago. However, while this was painful for the demonic epoch, it had not reached the stage where it would truly be a crippling blow. Yi Shiwen looked around. Most of the celestial venerables present were in groups of 3 to 5. Many celestial venerables from different eras had joined hands to form small teams to attack. They were obviously very experienced and wouldn't be left alone. If they were left alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. In addition to these small groups of heavenly venerables, there were also 2 equally large groups of great epochs besides the demonic epoch. In one of these groups, the area where the heavenly venerables were located would turn into a ghost domain. Although the aura of these heavenly venerables was upright and upright, without the aura of a ghost domain, Yi Shiwen could recognize them at a glance. These were the heavenly venerables of the ghost epoch. Among the countless epochs, The ghost epic was also a very powerful one. It was only slightly inferior to the demonic epic. This was an epic that once dominated the world. The birth of this epic was very strange. It was different from ordinary epics that took a long time to reopen the world and evolve into an epic. The ghost epic was born almost immediately after the Great Destruction epic. The living beings of that epic had all turned into sentient life forms of the ghost epic. After those powerhouses died, they turned into sentient life forms that were very powerful. Many of them retained their previous memories. When they cultivated, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Therefore, the ghost epic quickly developed from the corpses of that epic and developed into an incomparably powerful epic. What was even more terrifying was that the cultivation method of this ghost epic was very strange. It evolved after the living beings died. Therefore, they could absorb the dead powerhouses of other epics to join them. When this ghost epic was still in existence, it was hard to find an opponent in the world. It didn't even defend itself. It constantly attacked other opportunities and plundered powerhouses to transform into ghost Tao powerhouses. Later, this epic finally waited for the Great Destruction. It was destroyed by many ancient epics, severely damaging its foundation and vitality. It was no longer as tyrannical as before. Even so, the ghost epic was still one of the strongest epics among the many epics. It was second only to the devil epic. But in the recent Great Destruction, they were suppressed. When the Fortune Heavenly Monarch was still in power, the ghost epic was very active in attacking the Fortune God dynasty. However, they were also severely injured by the Fortune Heavenly Monarch. It had been a long time since they appeared again. Yi Shiwen didn't expect that they would appear this time. There were also more than 20 powerful heavenly venerables. They were led by a man and a woman, 2 peak heavenly venerables. Just by standing there, they seemed to be able to turn the endless vault of heaven into their own ghost domain. Countless Yin spirits were chanting ancient scriptures, transforming everything in the world into the ghost Tao. This was also the root cause of their incomparable fear for countless epics. In addition to the devil epic and the ghost epic, Yi Shiwen also saw a group of very powerful people. These people were surrounded by magical powers. Yes, these magical powers were actually materialized. They had cultivated their magical powers to materialize, somewhat like Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial Tao. Magical powers epic. Yi Shiwen thought for a while and found the records about these powerhouses in the countless records of the Fortune God dynasty. This was another extremely powerful epic. The cultivation path of this epic was magical powers. Moreover, it wasn't ordinary creatures that achieved Tao. It was simply the various creatures that evolved from the 3,000 magical powers that emerged when the world was created. This epic was also extremely prosperous. The great Tao of magical powers was also popular. In the mythological era of the martial epoch, the great Tao of magical powers was also popular. Countless sentient creatures relied on magical powers to run amok for a time. Later on, they were replaced by foreign creatures. Later on, it was the rise of the Fortune Heavenly Monarch. At that time, the martial Tao was truly established as the mainstream of cultivation. Just now, there were already 3 powerful epics participating in the fight for Sage Absolute Heaven's Tomb. This time, the fight was bound to be extremely tragic. These epics were each more powerful than the last. Moreover, there were many peak heavenly venerables among them. Moreover, there were also a large number of ordinary heavenly venerables. When the number reached such a level, it would be a certain threat to experts like them. In addition to those idle heavenly venerables, this operation to fight for Sage Absolute Heaven's Tomb had been extremely difficult from the beginning. It was imaginable that they would have to go through great battles, even bloody battles, before it could be possible. Everyone looked at them. After all, everyone knew that this search for Sage Absolute Heaven's Tomb was, to put it bluntly, targeting the Fortune God dynasty. They wanted to kill the Fortune God dynasty's heavenly Tao. It would be impossible for the Fortune God dynasty to not have any reaction at all. However, after waiting for a while, the Fortune God dynasty's reinforcements finally arrived. The person leading them was none other than the West Heavenly Venerate. He looked travel-worn and had clearly just arrived. Chapter 3701. With the arrival of a group of experts led by West Tianzuan, the four major forces that came to fight for Sage Absolute, Heaven's Tomb, had also arrived. From afar, the Fortune God dynasty's force was the largest. The other forces had at most 2 peak Heavenly Venerables, but the Fortune God dynasty had Heaven Talisman Immortal, Middle Tianzuan, West Tianzuan, and East Tianzuan, Yishiwen. The 4 peak Heavenly Venerables were the strongest. In addition, West Tianzuan also brought 2 9th Realm Heavenly Venerables, who were only slightly weaker than the peak Heavenly Venerables. The rest were mostly 7th and 8th Realm Heavenly Venerables. The Fortune God dynasty's deep foundation was vividly reflected here. In this operation, Middle Tianzuan, Yishiwen, and the others had arrived at the Era Tomb first. As for the West Empyrean, he was gathering experts from the rear. Empyreans of this level were all peak experts that could intimidate a region. It would take a certain amount of time to suddenly gather them and make them dare to come to the epic tomb. Even with so many experts guarding the Fortune Divine Dynasty, the Fortune Divine Dynasty still didn't have the upper hand against the combined forces of so many ancient eras. Therefore, this battle could still evolve into a bloody battle for Yi Shiwen and the others. Therefore, they did not dare to take it lightly. Obviously, the others were also wary of the Fortune God dynasty, which had such a powerful lineup, and did not dare to get too close. If they were killed by the Fortune God dynasty, then they would really have no place to cry. They were also different from powerful eras like the Demon Era. Even revenge might not hurt the Fortune God dynasty, so they could only unite to fight against these powerful eras. As soon as West Tianzuan came up, she approached the 3 people. Middle Tianzuan and East Tianzuan Yishiwen were needless to say. She had never seen Heaven Talisman Immortal before, but it did not prevent her from guessing his identity. After all, Yishiwen did not deliberately hide anything. The two had some sympathy for each other. After all, although there was no distinction between men and women on the path of cultivation, in fact, it was still rare for a woman to reach the level of peak Heavenly Venerables. It could be said that only a very small number of people had such opportunities. Talent, resources, and opportunities could not be lacking. However, he couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression when he looked at Yi Shiwen again. This guy has become stronger again. It had only been a short time since the last meeting in the Fortune God dynasty, but he had grown stronger again. Moreover, it wasn't just a slight improvement in his cultivation. Instead, he had clearly crossed over a realm, and his strength had clearly undergone a tremendous change. She didn't even need to investigate in detail to understand this difference. One could well imagine how strong Yishiwen was now. He even had a feeling that he was not inferior to himself. This was a kind of intuition, an intuition that he could not explain clearly. Yishiwen had just made a breakthrough, so he hadn't completely restrained his aura. Therefore, the West Lord could easily sense it. However, Yishiwen didn't intend to hide it. After all, he was the Eastern Heavenly Venerable, so it was natural for him to possess such strength. If some things were not hidden, they would be able to deter those who were ready to make trouble. He hadn't entered the 9th realm yet. If he had entered the 9th realm, he wouldn't need to worry about anyone. In the Fortune realm, apart from the old monster chaotic overlord, he could be said to be invincible. Even a middle Heavenly Venerable wouldn't be his opponent. Regardless of how shocked the West Heavenly Venerate was, it was clear that this wasn't the time to talk. They were all blocked outside Sage Absolute Sky's grave. It seemed like there was an invisible power blocking them from entering. Now, they had to think of a way to break through this layer of restriction and enter the tomb. In an instant, everyone began to use their own magical powers. All kinds of divine radiance bloomed above the entire era. All kinds of magical powers, laws, secret techniques, and so on were released. However, these attacks that attempted to break through this inexplicable restriction all failed. They were easily resolved. At this time, everyone recalled that this was a boundary left behind by sage, absolute heaven. How could it be broken so easily? One by one, the powerful existences sat down in front of the restriction and began to comprehend the mysteries of this boundary. Now, it was very obvious that it was simply impossible to rush in recklessly. The only way was to comprehend the many laws contained in this boundary. Only then could one break in. Even if it was only a small part of it, it was still much better than trying to break in by force. All of them were top figures in their respective epochs, and they could be said to be geniuses that were gifted by the heavens. They were absolute geniuses that were difficult to find even one in a trillion living beings. Things that ordinary people couldn't fathom were actually traceable to them. They didn't even need to comprehend the mysteries of this boundary. As long as they understood the operating principles of this boundary, they could find the loopholes and pass through it. This was much simpler than thoroughly comprehending this boundary. Otherwise, with the strength of sage, absolute heaven, it would be normal for everyone to comprehend the boundary he left behind for hundreds or even thousands of years. Even then, they might not be able to comprehend it completely. Yi Shiwen closed his eyes and began to comprehend the operating rules of this boundary frantically. In his body, the mysterious space constantly flashed with light. Countless information was analyzed and poured into his mind. After killing many heavenly masters in succession, all their wealth fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. At this time, Yi Shiwen could be said to be rich enough to rival a country. These were all peak heavenly masters. They were also the top figures of their respective era. All kinds of wealth and resources of these eras flowed into their hands in a steady stream. Apart from a large part that they used for their own cultivation, the rest all fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. Some of them were even the accumulation of treasures from the great apocalypse of the heavens and earth several times. Many of the treasures couldn't even be seen by future generations. Only during the great apocalypse or the beginning of the heavens and earth would there be world-destroying treasures or heaven-opening treasures. They were extremely rare. These were undoubtedly extremely precious things for the newly born martial arts era, not to mention the resources and wealth used for cultivation. At this time, Yi Shiwen locked the king-level dragon veins in his inner world. It could be said that after this series of battles, he had become rich overnight. Now, even Middle Heavenly Masters were not as rich as him. Although Middle Heavenly Masters had the Fortune God dynasty and enjoyed countless resources, it would take time for the resources of the entire Fortune God dynasty to gather towards him bit by bit. It was impossible for him to exhaust the goose that laid the golden eggs. The accumulation and transfer of wealth were completed quietly. Yi Shiwen had not been an Eastern heavenly master for many years, although there was a lot of wealth handed over from all over the Eastern region every year. In fact, he could not control too much. Most of it was handed over to the Fortune God dynasty's central arsenal. A part of it was used to maintain the operation of the Eastern Heavenly Palace. It was also used to reward the many tribes that were loyal to the Eastern Heavenly Palace. Although there was still a lot of wealth and resources left to him, it was still too little for his current cultivation speed. However, the wealth accumulated after plundering these peak heavenly masters and several great catastrophes was completely different. It could be said that Yi Shiwen's current wealth was at the top of the Fortune God dynasty. Although the strength of Middle Heavenly Masters was tyrannical, they had not slaughtered those peak heavenly masters in such a domineering manner. The Fortune God dynasty continuously provided him with resources, but they were also continuously consumed by him. The accumulated amount was still not as much as Yi Shiwen's overnight wealth. At this time, in Yi Shiwen's inner world, there were hundreds of different types of king-level dragon veins. The laws of various eras were contained in them. However, this was not a problem for Yi Shiwen. He could use his great power to transform them into the purest energy. As for the dragon veins below king-level dragon veins, there were simply none. These peak heavenly masters would not accept such dragon veins. For powerhouses like them, it was useless no matter how many dragon veins there were below king-level dragon veins. The conversion rate was too low. Moreover, if they captured all kinds of dragon veins in one fell swoop, others would not be able to cultivate. This was essentially contrary to their development plans. And now, all of these dragon veins benefited Yi Shiwen. Not to mention, there were all kinds of treasures and divine materials piled up like mountains. Many rare divine materials were innate, acquired, and chaotic. They were all over the sky. Golden God rule chains locked the inner world. Now, all of these had become Yi Shiwen's help. Originally, Yi Shiwen was very worried about what to do with the resources needed for cultivation. But now, it seemed that there was no need to worry in the short term. One by one, the dragon veins were grabbed by the huge golden hands and thrown into the mysterious space. They continuously devoured the energy in these dragon veins. The mysterious space's efficiency was also operating to the maximum. Yi Shiwen's understanding of this great formation was also deepening. The more he understood, the more he was amazed. The absolute heaven sage's methods were indeed extraordinary. The great Tao contained in this barrier made him feel amazed. He could feel the huge gap it represented. It was like a chasm in front of him. Now that his combat strength had also entered the ranks of peak heavenly masters, it was time to consider some problems that he had not considered before. How to cross that barrier. Half-step ruler. Half-step transformation. In the current situation, where rulers like the Fate Creation Heavenly Monarch were no longer around, they were already the most powerful existences in countless eras. Whether it was for self-preservation or to protect the martial Tao epoch, that step was imperative. I understand. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes. There was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. He had already understood the operating rules of this barrier. Chapter 3702. After using the mysterious space and filling in the king-level dragon vein, Yi Shiwen finally understood the operation law of this barrier. Sage, absolute, heaven had indeed surpassed many heavenly masters in all aspects. He had never heard that Sage Absolute Heaven was a top expert in the field of formation techniques. However, he had surpassed any of the top experts in the field of formation techniques that Yi Shiwen knew. Yi Shiwen could feel that he had made a huge progress in his understanding of array formations after he had seen through the operating rules of this enchantment. He had stepped into another realm. This kind of understanding was very obvious. This was obviously not something that a heavenly master could have. He was not considered to be good at array techniques, but now he also felt that his understanding had increased a lot. After Yi Shiwen got up, he immediately turned the operation law of this array into information and spread it into everyone's mind. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen in astonishment. One must know that they hadn't had any clue, even though they had started to comprehend it for some time. It was obvious that the level of this matrix was much higher than theirs. Therefore, even if they did not have to fully comprehend this formation, just understanding its operating rules was enough to give them a headache. If not for such a pressing situation, they might be happy to stay here and comprehend the great Tao of formations here. They could also feel that this was undoubtedly a great opportunity for them. However, it was obviously not such a good opportunity now. Therefore, they were all trying their best to understand, but obviously they had no clue so far. That was because the Middle Heavenly Master also had no clue in this aspect. Although his cultivation was undoubtedly the strongest among everyone. As the saying goes, there was a specialization in every field. In terms of speed, the Middle Heavenly Master had entered the realm of time and could be said to have reached the peak. However, he was not good at array techniques, especially in the face of such a level of array techniques. He was not much better than the others. However, This was the array technique left by sage absolute heaven. It was impossible to break through it by force. Just when he was at his wit's end, Yi Shiwen had already understood the operation law of the array. This was the most shocking thing to everyone. They had never heard of a martial venerable being proficient in array techniques. This was completely different from being proficient in saber Dao laws or sword Dao laws. This was because these were two completely different fields. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had never been known for his expertise in array formations. So how did he achieve this? Could it be that Revered Wu had some other expertise that they didn't know? However, in the face of such an amazing performance by Yi Shiwen, the Celestial Masters seemed to feel that they were a little used to it. Yi Shiwen seemed to have taken an unusual path from the beginning. Every time they thought that they had completely seen through Yi Shiwen, they would find that it was not the case at all. Yi Shiwen could always erupt with abilities that were far beyond everyone's imagination. Just in time. Middle Celestial Master smiled and nodded. I was waiting for them to make their move. Although waiting for orders isn't the best option, since they came here to find the so-called inheritance of sage absolute heaven, they must have made thorough preparations. It's impossible for them to be trapped outside this barrier and unable to enter. When the time comes, we just need to follow them and find an opportunity to enter. Middle Celestial Master continued to explain. Of course, if they can't enter, it's even better. All the dangers can be automatically resolved. Everyone nodded. Although the martial epoch was caught off guard, the initiative was still in their hands. The other ancient eras wanted to obtain the inheritance of sage absolute heaven, while the martial epoch's goal was to prevent them from obtaining the inheritance of sage absolute heaven. Naturally, the best result would be for their martial epoch to obtain the sage absolute heaven's inheritance, ending those people's hopes. However, if the experts of the other ancient epochs could not obtain the sage absolute heaven's inheritance, then the martial epoch could accept such a result. On the contrary, the other ancient eras had too few choices. Not only could they prevent the Fortune God dynasty from obtaining the inheritance of sage absolute heaven, but they also had to obtain the inheritance of sage absolute heaven. Therefore, they had to be even more anxious. No matter what kind of trump card they had to use it. However, now that East Celestial Master has comprehended the law of the barrier's operation, the initiative is naturally in our hands. Naturally, it's even better. Middle Celestial Master laughed heartily. Handing the initiative to others and holding it in one's own hands were two completely different concepts. The other ancient era's experts had also noticed the changes happening here. The Fortune God dynasty had always been the focus of these ancient era's experts, and everyone knew that the Fortune God dynasty would not allow them to easily snatch Holy Monarch Absolute Heaven's inheritance. Both sides would inevitably engage in a fierce battle, especially the experts of the Devil Path era, the Spirit Path era, and the Ghost Path era. All of them looked over. No matter how they looked at it, the martial epoch's actions didn't seem like an ordinary situation. Then, a scene that left them dumbfounded appeared. First, Yi Shiwen stepped into the barrier. After a few ripples appeared on the barrier's wall, he easily crossed it. It wasn't blocked by the barrier like before. Then, they saw that not only Yi Shiwen, but even Middle Celestial Master, Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable, West Celestial Master, and other experts of the Fortune God dynasty also passed through the barrier one by one and easily reached the other side. Everyone jumped to their feet. If it was only Yi Shiwen who passed through, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, everyone had passed through, which meant that the Fortune God dynasty must have grasped the law of this barrier's operation. Therefore, they could ignore the barrier's defense and directly pass through. How is this possible? Archdevil Ancestor Rahu's eyes widened in shock. Even though he wasn't an expert in the field of array formations, he was definitely not bad at it. But the problem was, how did the people from the Fortune God dynasty pass through the Fortune God dynasty's array formation so easily when even he was clueless about it? Even if the Fortune God Dynasty's team had great master heavenly venerables who specialized in array formations, it was absolutely impossible to break through the barrier left by Sage Absolute Heaven so easily. In fact, among the Devil Dao era's heavenly venerables, there were also experts who were extremely proficient in the Dao of array formations. However, they were still confused in such a short time. According to their estimations, it would take a long time to break through this barrier. Experts from other eras also looked at the Fortune God Dynasty's group in shock. However, they could clearly see that the Fortune God Dynasty's experts had grasped the law of the barrier. No matter how they did it, it was a fact in front of them. Holy Monarch Absolute Heaven's inheritance was about to fall into the hands of the Fortune God Dynasty's experts. It wouldn't be unacceptable for it to fall into the hands of any ancient era's experts. But if it fell into the hands of the Fortune God Dynasty, then the probability of them snatching it back would be very low. The Fortune God Dynasty was too strong. Moreover, they had countless backup plans left behind by the Fortune God Monarch. Even if a half-step sovereign realm expert barged in, as long as the Fortune God Dynasty was willing to pay the price, they could stop him. How could they snatch the inheritance from the hands of middle celestial masters? Although they still didn't know what it was. Yi Shiwen and the others passed through the barrier. Looking at the anxious crowd outside, they couldn't help but reveal a smile. It was best if they couldn't enter. This would give them enough time to search for Sage Absolute Heaven's inheritance. No, we can't let them continue searching. Finally, Demon Ancestor Luoho couldn't bear the pressure anymore. He stood up from his seat and exchanged glances with the other demon ancestors. They quickly formed a formation with them as the center. In an instant, a majestic power soared out from the formation. Demon Ancestor Luoho waved his hand, and a scroll flew out from his hand. It turned into a beam of demonic light and disappeared into the formation. Soon, the formation began to surge, and a terrifying force instantly rolled out. Then an incomparably huge battle axe suddenly flew out. It was the heaven-splitting devil axe. However, it wasn't the real heaven-splitting devil axe. It was merely a projection of the heaven-splitting devil axe. Although it was just a projection, it possessed unparalleled power. Boom! The projection of the splitting heaven devil axe directly cut into the barrier, causing the entire barrier to shake violently. A huge crack appeared on the barrier wall, and the originally perfect barrier immediately collapsed in one corner. The battle intent of the heaven-splitting devil axe wreaked havoc, eroding the barrier and preventing it from repairing itself. This attack was earth-shattering. The sky was filled with divine brilliance. Everyone only saw this scene when the divine brilliance dissipated. I originally planned to use it against the Fortune God Dynasty. I didn't expect to use it here. Demon Ancestor Luoho sighed. This was a trump card that he had prepared, but he didn't expect to use it against the Fortune God Dynasty. It was only used on this barrier. Sage Absolute Heaven's trump card wouldn't be found so easily. After Demon Ancestor Luoho slashed open the barrier, the others looked at each other. After exchanging a glance, they immediately turned into a torrent and flew into the barrier. They naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Archdevil Ancestor Luoho did not retract the wisp of heaven, splitting Devil Axe's will. The other ancient era's experts also joined in. Clearly, he understood that it was too strenuous for the Devil Path era to contend against the Fortune God Dynasty with just the Devil Path era. We don't have much time left. We can't let them find it first. Middle Heavenly Venerate said solemnly. However, it was also good to force the Devil Dao era to use one of their trump cards. Chapter 3703. Since these ancient eras dared to fight for the treasures left behind by Sage Absolute Heaven, it was impossible that they didn't have a backup plan. This projection of the sky-splitting demonic axe was obviously a backup plan that the Demon Era had prepared. They were probably prepared to use it against the Fortune God Dynasty at a critical moment. But now that things had come to this, they had obviously been forced to use it in advance. Although the other ancient eras were trapped outside this barrier, which was the best-case scenario that Yi Shiwen and the others had hoped for, it was still quite a bit of a difference. But overall, it was still worth it. The projection of the demonic splitting axe was extremely difficult to make. Even if it was just a projection, it contained great power. Just to make a scroll that contained this projection, who knew how many precious divine materials were needed to make it? It couldn't be replicated in large quantities. Although it couldn't compare to the sky-splitting demonic axe itself, it was still precious enough. The production cost could even make a great sect go bankrupt. It wasn't completely fruitless. However, when many experts arrived on the other side of the barrier through the crack left behind by the demon era, the trouble had just begun. In the distance, countless creatures derived from the law of death gathered. These creatures derived from the law of death were born with only one mission, and that was to protect Sage Absolute Heaven's tomb. When Sage Absolute Heaven's tomb had been drawn out by some unknown means, they had begun to gather here. Now they had formed an endless army and were rushing over. Although these creatures were much weaker than real heavenly venerates, when their numbers reached a certain level, they could still pose a great threat to everyone. In the blink of an eye, all the creatures that had been spawned from the laws of nature had pounced on them. They simply ignored the barrier that had blocked them earlier and charged right through it. These barriers clearly didn't obstruct these creatures. In other words, they were part of this era's tomb's defense system. These creatures didn't care what era it was. In their opinion, the only difference between them was that they were intruders. Not good. There are too many of these creatures. If we get delayed by them, I'm afraid trouble will come. The middle celestial venerate's expression instantly turned serious. Around him, more and more law creatures appeared. Around him, the law of time was like a blade. Those law life forms couldn't even get close to him, as he would directly kill them. Every law life form that was slashed would instantly age. Time accelerated by millions of times, and they would instantly age and die a horrible death. How about this? I'll stay and block them. You guys go first. Yi Shiwen took the initiative to step forward. It just so happened that he could kill more of these law creatures and obtain more law of death crystals. The middle heavenly venerate nodded and finally agreed. At this time, it would be best if someone stayed behind to cover the rear, and it couldn't be an ordinary person. Ordinary heavenly venerates simply wouldn't be able to stop so many law life forms. Among those present, only he and West Tinzuin could do it. Yi Shiwen, or Senior Heavenly Talisman Immortal, could do it. Since Yi Shiwen volunteered, it was for the best. Go, let's go quickly. We can't let them get the treasures of Sage Absolute Heaven first. The middle heavenly venerate looked over. Whether it was the prowess era, the ghost Dao era, or the demon Dao era, they all made the same decision at the same time. They would leave behind a great expert to block the law creatures, while the others retreated first. The other ancient eras that were much weaker were not so lucky, as they lacked the combat power of a peak heavenly venerate. There was no way they could single-handedly hold back these law creatures. After all, peak heavenly venerates were different. Currently, among the peak of the entire heavenly venerate realm, the weakest were heavenly venerates who had just entered the 9th realm. When Yi Shiwen had just entered the 8th realm, he was actually at this realm. After that, he had cultivated the 9th realm to the peak and was already an outstanding figure among the many heavenly venerates. Whether it was Senior Heavenly Talisman Immortal, West Tinzuin, Yi Shiwen, or the 5 great heavenly venerates, they were all at this realm. This was the peak that almost all heavenly venerates could reach. And above them, there were other heavenly venerates that could innovate on this foundation. Although their combat power had not yet broken through to the half-step sovereign level, they were already above other peak heavenly venerates. Middle heavenly venerates and demon venerate Luoho both stood in this realm, only half a step away from the half-step sovereign level. They could break through at any time, but they could also be trapped in the Great Apocalypse several times without being able to break through. Middle Heavenly Venerates could even easily defeat the Moon City Lord. Although the Moon City Lord was slightly restrained by Middle Heavenly Venerates, the gap between them was obvious. Yi Shiwen could stand in this realm when he was in the human conformity state. It was just that, although Yi Shiwen's combat power was enough, he would suffer in a protracted battle, so he could not be considered a true expert in this realm. At most, he could only protect himself. But to ordinary peak Heavenly Venerates, he was already terrifyingly powerful. After killing several peak Heavenly Venerates in succession, he had become synonymous with a terrifying demon in the eyes of everyone. Although Yi Shiwen was not in the human conformity state, he had already completely recovered from the internal injuries he had suffered in the previous battle. In terms of combat power, he was stronger than ordinary peak Heavenly Venerates. It was not very likely that he could kill all these life forms on his own. After all, there were too many of them, but it was still very easy for him to delay them. Yi Shiwen's body swayed slightly, and he immediately produced 3,000 martial arts incarnations. Although they were only martial arts incarnations and could not be compared to his main body, they were still much more tyrannical than these law creatures that were derived from a single law. In an instant, Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts incarnations blocked off the escape route of the Middle Heavenly Venerates and the others, not giving these law life forms any chance to rush over. If they went around in other directions, they would not be able to catch up. In Yi Shiwen's hand, the Gung metal ancestral chi appeared and turned into a long saber. Then, with a long roar, he turned into a long rainbow and single-handedly killed his way into these law life forms. Puchi! Yi Shiwen's long saber was tyrannical, and with a single slash he chopped a law life form into pieces, turning it into the purest crystallization of the law of death that fused into Yi Shiwen's body. Even Yi Shiwen, who had cultivated to this level, could not help but be amazed. The absolute heaven sage was indeed terrifyingly powerful to be able to spawn so many law life forms. With his strength, he could naturally spawn some law life forms, but in reality, he could not do it to such an extent. These law life forms were almost comparable to the combat power of a heavenly venerate, which was why this place had become a place where emperors below the heavenly venerate could not enter. With his strength, the law life forms that he spawned were at most at the peak of the quasi-emperor level. He could not even reach the level of an emperor. After all, these law life forms won through sheer numbers, unlike the essence that the sword venerate had created with all his might. However, he would not belittle himself. He had not reached that level yet, and if he did reach that level one day, he would not be inferior to anyone. Boom! 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 Every time Yi Shiwen attacked, there was a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. To him, this was just an instinctive attack, and every attack was the peak of the heavenly venerate level. The faces of the experts from the ability era, the ghost era, and the devil era twitched as they watched from afar. They were different from Yi Shiwen, who could focus on killing these law life forms. This was because they had to pay attention to Yi Shiwen's movements while killing these law life forms. Even if they did not pay attention to the matter of Yi Shiwen killing 5 heavenly venerates in one go at the beginning, they had heard about it from others later on. Any one of those 5 heavenly venerates would not be inferior to them. It could be said that even if the current Yi Shiwen was not in the state of human conformity, he could still firmly suppress them and rank among the strongest among the peak heavenly venerates. Only middle heavenly venerates, Rahu demon venerate, and the others could suppress the current Yi Shiwen. How could they not care about such a terrifying existence? If Yi Shiwen were to kill them on a whim, then they wouldn't even have a place to go to if they were to cry. They were naturally not afraid of ordinary peak heavenly venerates. Even the long-famous Western heavenly venerate and heavenly talisman immortal were not people they were afraid of. But who asked Yi Shiwen's previous battle achievements to be so valiant? If it could be said that he had relied on the power of human conformity to kill 5 heavenly venerates before, then the astonishing combat power that Yi Shiwen displayed now was enough to raise eyebrows. The law life forms that the other heavenly venerates had killed were not much different from the law life forms that he had killed, or even a little less. But there was no way around it. Who asked Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts incarnations to be so exaggerated? With the power of the heavenly venerates, it was naturally not a problem to create many incarnations, but to create 3,000 incarnations that were equivalent to the strength of a heavenly venerate was a fantasy. In particular, each of these incarnations possessed different martial arts, and each of them was a peerless hero in the outside world. It was as if one person had plucked the essence of the martial era, which shocked them greatly. This was simply a joke. How could one person cultivate 3,000 completely different martial arts at the same time? He was simply a monster. No wonder his combat power could achieve something that they had never dared to hope for, which was to surpass realms and crush them. This is fake, right? How could someone do this? Many heavenly venerates exclaimed, dumbfounded. At this moment, when Yi Shiwen was killing the law of death life forms, he was vividly displaying his terrifying cultivation, which was even more shocking than when he had killed 5 heavenly venerates in succession. After all, he had killed 5 heavenly venerates in succession, unlike now, when he was practically blocking countless law life forms with his own strength. But at this moment, Yi Shiwen, who was killing in a frenzy, seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. Chapter 3704. Puff! Yi Shiwen killed a law life form with a single slash. The law life form's body exploded and turned into a sky full of spirit energy that wrapped around a law of death crystal and entered Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen absorbed this spirit energy into the mysterious space, which just happened to replenish the mysterious space's consumption. The law of death crystal also melted in front of the mysterious space and was analyzed by the mysterious space. Through this analysis, Yi Shiwen's comprehension also increased at an astonishing speed. Originally, Yi Shiwen thought that these law life forms were just law life forms derived from the law of death as the core. But later, after in-depth analysis by the mysterious space, he discovered that this wasn't the case. There was also an inexplicable law at work, but it was hidden within the law of death. Even peak heavenly venerables couldn't distinguish it. If not for the mysterious space's analysis, he wouldn't have been able to discover the mysteries within. This law surpassed any law that Yi Shiwen knew. Generally speaking, the laws of each era were different. However, there was no absolute distinction between them. The early eras seemed to be relatively monotonous. They weren't as powerful as the later eras. However, they had also given birth to supreme existences who had run amok in the world. As the saying went, there was no superior law, and there were weak and strong people. This was the truth. However, this law was different. It was as if it had been sublimated to another level and touched the origin of the entire universe. It wouldn't change with the birth and destruction of the universe, but it was like a more core law. Yi Shiwen understood that this might be the key to reaching the legendary half-step sovereign realm, or perhaps the sovereign realm. It would break free from the shackles of the universe and live and die together with the chaos. Just this analysis alone was enough to make him feel that his cultivation base was improving. This was because his comprehension of the realms had increased even more. Even though his cultivation hadn't actually improved further, his combat power was actually increasing. Originally, he could exert 10% of his strength, but now he could exert 11% or even 12% of his strength. This was also inconceivable to many heavenly venerates. It was normal for low-level cultivators, but it was impossible for heavenly venerates to do so. The Emperor realm had already exerted the laws to the extreme, and heavenly venerables had already surpassed this limit. However, it was also because of this that they couldn't constantly challenge those of a higher level like before. Originally, using 10% of one's strength to unleash 11% or 12% of one's strength was within the limits of the rules. Now that the rules had been exceeded, it was naturally impossible to do it again. At this moment, he finally understood how Middle Tianzuin, Rahu Archdevil Ancestor, and the others did it. It was likely that they were already at the edge of half-step sovereign realm, and they could already feel the existence of the laws of heaven and earth. These people were the ones who truly had hope of entering the half-step sovereign realm, whether it was the Western heavenly venerate, heavenly talisman immortal venerate, or the others. They seemed to be standing at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. However, as long as they hadn't touched that realm, they wouldn't be able to do so. It was just like advancing from a sovereign emperor to a heavenly venerate. If one could not break through, one would not be able to break through. Even if one was a peak sovereign emperor for countless years, it would still be useless. The majority of peak Empyreans had also experienced the great shattering of the world again and again in such a situation. In the end, their life essence had been exhausted and they had died, tragically. And now, Yi Shiwen had also begun to touch this edge. Although he had yet to truly step into the ninth realm, he had truly touched that kind of domain. He had always thought that he needed to enter the ninth realm before his combat power could be comparable to that of Middle Tianzuin and the others. However, it seemed that it wasn't so troublesome now. Yi Shiwen didn't know how shocking it was for him to reach this step. Throughout many eras, those who could cultivate to the Empyrean realm were already the only ones among billions of living beings. Among Empyreans, there were very few who could cultivate to the peak Empyrean realm. In the end, among those who stood at the peak of the Empyrean realm, there were pitifully few who could touch that realm and surpass the battle power of the peak Empyrean realm. Even among the peak existences of the various eras who stood at the peak of the Empyrean realm, only very few had the opportunity to touch this realm. He hadn't even reached the ninth realm, but he had already touched it. It could be said to be an unprecedented opportunity. If he hadn't come here, he didn't know how long it would have taken him to touch this barrier. Perhaps only by reaching the ninth realm would he be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a Middle Empyrean, but that would only be in terms of pure combat power. He wouldn't be able to touch this realm. If he didn't touch this realm, he would never have the chance to break through to the half-step ruler realm. Although he didn't know how difficult it was, it didn't stop him from knowing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he grasped it, his battle power would improve even further. He might even be comparable to Middle Tianzuin and the others, becoming a true peak existence. Therefore, he decisively entered this state of epiphany. One by one, the king-level dragon veins were grabbed by the giant golden hand and thrown into the mysterious space. The mysterious space emitted a rainbow light that illuminated his entire inner world. It was as if countless gods were chanting sutras at the same time. Endless information poured into Yi Shiwen's mind like a torrent. This made it impossible for him to multitask. He had to kill those law beings while comprehending at the same time. This was because the things that surged into his mind and allowed him to analyze them were not any of the things that he had come into contact with in the past. They were the existences of a higher level of the laws of the world. Once he grasped them, he would enter a whole new realm. It was impossible for him to grasp it at the moment, but just being able to see a part of it was already extremely impressive. His battle power began to soar. And all of this was reflected in the speed at which he killed the law beings. His killing speed became faster and faster. At the beginning, he could kill one law being with a single slash. Later on, he could kill 10, 20, or even hundreds of law beings with a single slash. Every slash was exquisite and contained the laws of heaven and earth. It was extremely wondrous. The heavenly venerables in the distance were inexplicably shocked when they saw the scene. The speed at which Yi Shiwen was killing law beings alone was already comparable to all of them combined. Moreover, his speed was getting faster and stronger. He was so powerful that it was terrifying. Every slash seemed to be able to shatter a universe. It was unknown how much magic power was consumed, but looking at Yi Shiwen's limitless magic power, it didn't look like his magic power was going to dry up at all. This was the reason why they were even more shocked. Yi Shiwen's surroundings had already become a storm of saber light. All the law beings that approached him died. They couldn't even get close to him before they were slashed apart. However, they soon discovered that although Yi Shiwen's movements were extremely fast and his saber techniques were exquisite, his eyes were in fact lifeless. They didn't have that kind of quick-witted feeling. Soon, someone guessed it. He's gaining enlightenment? How is this possible? He's actually gaining enlightenment in such an intense battle. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't that they had never encountered such a state of epiphany before. It could even be said that in the past, epiphanies were as simple as eating and drinking for them. They were the children of providence. However, after reaching the heavenly venerable realm, such epiphanies became rarer and rarer. Every epiphany represented a leap in strength. But to have an epiphany in the midst of such an intense battle was simply unbelievable. Even when they were young, this kind of thing was rare. Since Yi Shiwen was in an epiphany, it was obvious that his cultivation would take another leap after his epiphany ended. The current Yi Shiwen was already terrifying enough. If he was allowed to make another breakthrough, would the others still have a way to survive? At that time, even Demon Venerable Rahu might not be able to suppress him. Suddenly, many people had fierce looks in their eyes. They wanted to interrupt Yi Shiwen's state of epiphany. They couldn't let him continue like this. Otherwise, there would be no way for them to survive. However, when they were about to make a move, they discovered that the martial venerable seal had flown out from above Yi Shiwen's head. It seemed as if it had suddenly sensed danger and automatically jumped out to protect him. The martial venerable seal rotated above Yi Shiwen's head, sprinkling a layer of enchantment to protect him. Seeing this scene, many people began to hesitate. They didn't dare to make another move. This was because they knew very well that with the protection of the martial venerable seal, it was impossible to kill Yi Shiwen even if they all attacked together. Breaking his state of epiphany seemed to have achieved its goal. But the problem was that he would inevitably fly into a rage after he came out of the state of epiphany. At that time, whoever made the first move would be the unlucky one. This kind of epiphany was an excellent opportunity for Yi Shiwen. Once it was broken, Yi Shiwen didn't know when he would get another opportunity like this. If they were in his shoes, they wouldn't let go of the person who disturbed them. One could imagine how furious Yi Shiwen would be when the time came. However, no one dared to say that they could stop Yi Shiwen. 5 heavenly venerables had died in his hands. What difference would it make if they were in his shoes? Thinking of this, no one was willing to make a move. They all hoped that someone else would take the lead. However, that person definitely couldn't be themselves. Under such inhumane thoughts, no one dared to disturb Yi Shiwen, who was in the state of epiphany. No one could bear the wrath of Yi Shiwen when he was furious. Yi Shiwen didn't know what was happening outside. He was wholeheartedly immersed in this extreme epiphany, feeling the improvement of his strength.